Though I hate to say that in all Russia, you'll not find 3 proper sets of ladies' feet. Alas, I'm haunted, can't forget 2 feet. In my sleep, they wrench my heart, feelings deep. Fond, foolish man, what desert place will make you able to forget your memory of that furry place? Our tiny feet. Йорке, когда я была достаточно молодая, скажем, 14-15 лет, я начала читать великих русских авторов XIX века. И это было для меня чудное открытие. И я думала про себя, что это должна быть чудная страна, потому что так многие великие писатели родились здесь и работали здесь, писали здесь. И я всегда хотела ехать сюда. И тоже тогда, в этих временах, в Нью-Йорке, были многие русские беженцы, которые сильно таскали за родину. И они много-много мне разговаривали в детстве о чудесах этой страны. И тоже моя мама, когда она была ребенком, она помнила, ее родители имели бал в Ньюпорте, который был тогда летний сад, более-менее. И у них пришел Юсуповый. И моя мама помнила, она с братьями лежали, они все 3 детей, лежали на лестнице, чтобы смотреть, когда великие, роскошные одетые люди пришли там. И это было для нее, это делало для нее сильное впечатление. И я всегда помнила об этом. И что именно эти люди, которые все потеряли на родине, сейчас жили в Америке и таскали за родину. И для меня это было, как я сказала, очень сильное впечатление. И после этого я начала читать русских авторов. Но я сначала сильно любила Тургенев, особенно «Записки охотника». Это было для меня на вершинах. И потом повести Чехова я очень любила. Я тоже, конечно, очень любила часть Толстого, но я не была согласна с многими его идеями насчет истории и так далее, но просто романы были чудные для меня. Но Пушкин, это было как подарок для меня. Когда я приехала сюда, это была сначала идея Светланы, с которой я сделала это, с кем я сделала этот перевод. И она предложила это. И потом. Но это было, когда я была в университете. Это было первый раз. Я читала часть Онегина по-русски. И целый роман в переводе. Но тогда я не очень хорошо имела русского языка. Но я думала про себя, когда-то я хочу изучать русский язык и читать это по-русски. Я не могу сказать, потому что у меня был круг друзей, и в этом круге все интересуются в русской литературе и в России. Но шире я не знаю, я не могу сказать. Я думаю, это особенный вкус, но достаточно многие люди имеют этот вкус. И это важная, основная степень образования всех, которые интересуется литературой. Явно он русский писатель, но он тоже писатель для всего мира. И это он как Шекспир. Шекспир английский писатель, но он тоже писатель для всех. И это правильно, это так для всех великих авторов, по-моему, я так считаю. Да, я думаю, да, потому что, между прочим, эти характеры Онегина, они частные люди, и описание их жизни, их душ, их мыслей, это очень интересно. В любое время это интересно. Это интересно для всех. И это, между прочим, это так хорошо сделано, что, конечно, это потрясающе. И мне кажется, что это так. И в один море они придут, и они уходят. И это такой же с вкусами, литературными вкусами, мне кажется. И если сейчас более-менее мало интереса, это будет еще раз. Это не последний раз. Но я встречалась и знакомилась чуть-чуть с такими людьми в Нью-Йорке, когда я была ребенком. И я всегда имела сильное впечатление их трагической судьбы, потому что я думала про себя, какой ужас, что они никогда не могли вернуться домой. И это явно было грустно для них. Но они были знакомые и друзья моих родителей. И в моем возрасте я очень мало, лично я не была знакома с такими людьми. Я просто видела их с моими родителями. Но я не разговаривала с ними как друг. Но я получила от целого романа сильное впечатление самого автора. Он всегда присутствует в романе. И для меня это самое главное, потому что все характеры, они там через его взгляд. И я думаю, для меня это самое важное. Чувство связи с ним. Но мне кажется, что эта атмосфера существует так сильно в тексте, и текст отражает эту атмосферу, что для переводчика или для читателей это как подарок, похоже на лицо самого Пушкина. И я была поражена. Это очень сильное, даже после всего этих лет. И я не знаю, но мне кажется, что явно в романе есть знание и чувство, что такая возможность существует в жизни. Я думаю, что в этом плане он очень похож на Моцарта. И в произведениях Моцарта тоже это чувство роковой судьбы, которое всегда может появиться. Это очень сильная часть его произведения. И я думаю, в Онегине тоже, конечно, это чувствуется. Я делала этот перевод домой, и я сидела каждый день в моей комнате и писала. И потом, когда это было сделано, я приехала к Светлане, и мы посоветовали обо всем. И достаточно часто мама Светлана пришла, она пришла как в гости у нас. И просто сидела там, ее присутствие было там, пока мы разговаривали о тексте. И иногда она сидела и просто была там, пока я работала. И у нее был очень сильный, спокойный характер. Это было как чувство воздуха, пока я работала. И я была очень благодарна для этого. Не было совершенно свободно, чтобы делать только этого. Я должна была делать другие работы тоже. Но более или менее 3 года я постоянно раздумала об этом. И я сделала черновики, и потом сделала исправление. И потом мы разговаривали вместе. В молодости я писала стихи и повести. И потом на много лет для разных причин я не сделала таких работ. Но я всегда сделала переводы. И особенно из французского языка. Я сделала многие переводы из французского. И я жила много лет в Нью-Йорке и потом много лет в Лондоне, потому что мой муж был английский писатель. И потом это было как судьба, когда я приехала сюда, я решила, что я должна найти, как сказать, регулярную работу. Именно тогда я была на приеме у дочери Кеннана, который был посол здесь во время войны. И я была вместе с дочерью в университете. Она была друг многих лет. И на приеме были люди из России, которые искали преподавателей для разных университетов и институтов здесь, в России. Между прочим, Академия внешней торговли, где была моя первая работа здесь. Я была преподаватель и профессор там 3 года. Это было мои 3 первые в России, да. Потом я нашла достаточно много работ как переводчик. Я перевожу очень хорошо из русского на английский. Наоборот, не очень хорошо. Но это такое чудное место. И, это, конечно, это была чудная погода. Все сгладило, чудно. И для меня это событие было очень интересное. Такие многие люди приехали туда прощаться с писателем. Это было, конечно, это сделало сильное впечатление. Да. Но мне кажется, это очень хорошее настроение, особенно для людей, которые чуть-чуть или даже много знают от обеих языков. Да. Потому что можно читать текст по-русски, например, если вы англоязычный читатель, но если у вас недостаток слов, потом существует эта чудная помощь, которая очень хорошо сделана. Поэтому Это хорошая идея, мне кажется. Для меня это все было связано с словами, потому что я не знаю, если это было правильно, но я получила сильное впечатление русского духа из чтения. И даже когда я приехала сюда, у меня была идея этого духа. Конечно, я знаю, что сейчас страна совершенно по-разному, чем тогда, потому что так многое произошло здесь. Но, мне кажется, все-таки язык сам имеет какой-то дух. И это всегда существует. И мне кажется тоже, что существует сейчас и навсегда связи между прошедшим и настоящим. И если вы думаете про себя, что вы узнаете эти связи, что вы чувствуете эти связи, может быть, это так. И это всегда такие вопросы, они всегда вопросы впечатления. И может быть, вы правы, и может быть, нет. И это было так для меня. Да. Но семьи моего отца и моей матери оба были в основном английские. Но предки моего отца были английские, которые много-много даже веков жили в Ирландии. И они были часть ирландского общества, которые в XVIII веке они были против короля и против английской власти и за свободу для Ирландии. И мой дед и его брат, они строили восстание в Ирландии на конце XVIII века и начале XIX века. Они были связаны с Наполеоном. Они получили помощь Наполеона, чтобы делать восстание против Англии и освободить Ирландию от английской власти. Но, конечно, это не было успешно. И один брат был расстрелян и повышен в Ирландии, и второй брат уехал в Америку. И, в конце концов, вот я. Но это семья моего отца, семья моей матери, они были более-менее все английские корни. И мой дедушка был художник, это отец моей матери. Он был ученик французского художника Клод Моне, который, я забываю, как сказать, ненуфар. И моя мама в детстве жила в Франции, в городке Моне, который называется Живерни. И она тоже была художница. И картины моего дедушки в музеях в Америке. И тоже картины моей матери. Ну, Henry James, он писал романы в 19 веке. Он был двоюродный брат моего дедушки. И потом отец моего мужа был Герберт Уэллс. поэтому мы всегда были связаны с такими интересами. Евгений Онегин by Александр Пушкин. Pétri de vanité, il avait encore plus de cette espèce d'orgueil qui fait avouer avec la même indifférence les bonnes comme les mauvaises actions, suite d'un sentiment de supériorité, peut-être imaginaire, tiré d'une lettre particulière. Épigraphe. Stiff with vanity, he possessed even more of that pride which leads one to note with equal indifference both good and bad actions, product of a sense of superiority, perhaps imaginary, from a private letter. Not seeking to amuse the great, and relishing my friend's regard, for you I wanted to create a pledge more true, a fitting word to your grand spirit better matched, and filled with sacramental dream of poetry alive and rich, high wit, and simple, noble theme. So be it. Now, I pray you, stretch indulgent hand to take these rhymes, half comic and half pessimistic, in common speech and speech artistic, the careless fruit of idle time, of sleepless nights, of inspiration, of ripening years and of decline, of intellect's cold observation, and from the heart, bitter opine. Не мысля гордый свет забавит, внимание дружбе возлюбя. Хотел бы я тебе представить залог, достойнее тебя, достойнее души прекрасной, святой, исполненной мечты, поэзии живой и ясной, высоких дум и простоты. Но так и быть, рукой пристрастной прими собрание пестрых глав, полусмешных, полупечальных, простонародных, идеальных, небрежный плод моих забав, бессонниц, легких вдохновения, незрелых и увядших лет, ума, холодных наблюдения и сердца горестных замет. The first chapter. One hurries to live and hastens to feel. Prince Vyazemsky. My uncle based life's regulation on high ideals. When he fell ill, his bearing forced our admiration. One could not dream of better still, a model posed to tutor others. But God Almighty, what a bother! A bedside watch by night and day, without a chance to step away, how filled with shame and gross deception to entertain the living dead, to smooth the pillows at his head, while sadly bringing pill and potion, to sigh and think with hidden woe, when will the devil come for you? Мой дядя самых честных правил, когда не в шутку занемог, он уважать себя заставил и лучше выдумать не мог. Его пример другим наука, но, Боже мой, какая скука! С больным сидеть и день, и ночь, не отходя ни шагу прочь. Какое низкое коварство полуживого забавлять. Ему подушки поправлять, печально подносить лекарства, вздыхать и думать про себя. Когда же черт возьмет тебя? Thus mused our young rapscallion as postcoach plunged down dusty roads, by Zeus's high will onward driven, heir to all his family goods. O friends of Ruslan and Ludmilla, with the hero of my novella, omitting further prologue, now, pray do exchange an opening bow. my pleasant friend Onegin here, whose birth on Neva's banks befell, where maybe you were born as well, or glittered there in fortune fair, dear reader, as was once my case, though now the North's a dangerous place. Well born and with a grand career, his father lived on swelling debt, presided at 3 balls a year, until at length he went bankrupt. But fate gave to Eugene a shield. At first, Madame that power did wield, until Monsieur took up her place. The child was headstrong, but with grace. Monsieur l'Abbé, both French and poor, reluctant to torment the boy, gave lessons that resembled play, skipped moral points that always bore, rarely grew with anger, dark, and walked for hours in Bletney Park. And when, for youth's rebellious storm, Onegin's fated time drew close, a time of hopes and sorrows warm, Monsieur was driven from the house. A free man now, here's my Eugene, hair clipped to fit high fashion's scene. A London dandy, trimmed and furled, he now at last has found the world. In French, with expert skill, he could chatter freely, pen a note. He danced mazurkas with fine foot and bowed as practiced dandy should. From all these things, the world opines, the young man polished, pleasant, fine. We've all received an education, fed to us in fits and starts. With us, thank God, true cultivation, far more than wit, requires heart. Onegin was by many found, decisive judges and quite sound, a clever lad, at times pedant. He had a most propitious talent. Unconstrained in conversation, could lightly touch on any theme, his face lit by a learned gleam and air of wise initiation, could wage disputes with studied calm and spark fair smiles with epigram. Latin now is out of date, but I can truly say to you his Latin skill was adequate to epigraphs. He could construe by Juvenal a line or two, use vale in place of adieu, and call with only trifling slips some lines from Virgil to his lips. But his tastes did not intend to hot pursuit of dusty facts through ancient literary stacks. He far preferred to apprehend from Romulus to present folly tales his listeners would find jolly. He did not have that passion frantic to give up all for sublime sound, essence of chorus and iambic, try though we might, he never found. So he cursed Homer, Theocrite, and turned instead to Adam Smith, drank deep his economic view. That is, he could declaim on how, by government, wealth is collected, how, to survive, it has no need of gold, provided that, indeed, a simple product is effected. His father didn't understand. To pay his debt, mortgaged his land. To tell you all that Eugene knew, I simply don't have space enough. Indeed, he was a genius true, and studied since his early youth that science of the most sublime passion that filled all his time, that for him had always been torment and joy and ruling theme, and drove his idleness to heed the poet whose bright stormy moments sent him into exile's torment, loves science as sung by Ovid, to wild Moldavian steppes removed, far from Italia, his beloved. How early he learnt to dissemble, to hide a hope or flaunt a passion, to undeceive or to resemble deepest sorrow or exhaustion, display resistance or concession, insistent or with scant attention. How languorous he was in silence, how inflamed in eloquence, in stirring letters from the heart, tender at times with passion. He found oblivion in his passion. His glance was like a flaming dart, shy or bold as he felt right, or filled with tears, pleasingly bright. How well he made a fresh impression, shook innocence with a jest, used despair to shock or frighten, flattery to please, suggest, to rest or coax a tender moment from defenseless youthful torment, and by wit or passion vanquish unskilled weaknesses and anguish, listen to her heart's fresh beating, require or beg a declaration, scratch or chase an assignation, wait for an extorted meeting, and after that, to her alone, provide a quiet education. How early he knew he could trouble the hearts of regular coquettes, and rivals' claims reduced to rubble when he wished it. That was that. How caustic he was, how malicious, his nets and traps, how unpropitious. But you, blessed husbands, simple minds, maintained your friendship with our friend. You carefully indulged his way, long tutored by Faublas the sage. And you, in your doubting old age, and you, spouse on horn deck display, remained contented with your life, with your dinner and your wife. Sometimes, while in bed he's lying, folded notes are carried in. What, invitations? Now, 3 vying households are expecting him, at children's party, ball, or feast. So which one first, my eager guest? Of course, it's really all the same, and simple to be just on time. Meanwhile, for fashion's day arrayed, complete with broad-brimmed bolivar, Onegin strolls the boulevard, its wide freedom a fine parade, until Breguet's unfailing chime summons him to come and dine. Already dusk, he mounts the sleigh. Make way, the cry rings out. An icy dust gleams silvery on the fur collar of his coat. Off to Talon's, he's quite sure Cavierin is already there. As he walks in, a comet cork hits the ceiling with a pock. Before him, roast beef rare and fine, and truffles prized by youthful taste, a deathless tart of Strasbourg paste, the dazzling blooms of French cuisine, between Limburgers filled with life, gold pineapple sliced with a knife. Another glass his thirst requires, to wash down cutlets scalding fat. But Breguet's chime rings, time expires, a new ballet is soon to start. The theatre's critic, most severe, strict and inconstant worshipper of various charming actrices, honoured freeman of the coulisses, Onegin hastens to his seat. There, each with passion quite replete, prepares to scorn an entrechat, or hiss at Phèdre or Cléopâtre, or shout Maïna's name. So all will hear him give his ringing call. Enchanted land, in days long gone, there satire's bold and daring chief, Von Wiesen, freedom's bright friend, shone, and Knyazhnin, the derivative. There Ozerov, unwilling, shared as young Semyonova was cheered, the people's tribute shout and cries. Kachenin there, the majesties of great Corneille, portrayed anew. There, from Tchaikovsky's biting wit, a swarm of comedies took flight, and glory's crown came to Diderot. There, in the wings, those shadowed ways, poured forth the stream of my young days. My goddesses, what are you? Where? Oh, hearken to my doleful voice. Could these be you? Or others fair who take your place, but don't replace? Oh, shall I hear again your chorus, or glimpse a Russian terpsichore's soul, a full impassioned flight? Or will my sad gaze fail to light on faces known, on stage so dreary, while fixing on the alien set my disenchanted, sad lorgnette, with viewers' joys now sated, weary, in silence shall I sit, and yawn, and think of times past, now quite gone. The theatre's full, the boxes glitter, parterre and stalls are all a-boil. From heaven's benches, restless chatter. Then, up the creaking curtain rolls, and brilliant, gleaming, almost airy, ringed in by her crowd of fairies, led by violin's magic notes, Istomina stands. With one foot she slowly spins. Against the floor the other taps. She leaps aloft, her earless breath a downy fluff. Her body twists in movement sure. With studied gestures, swift and fleet, she whips together both small feet. All applaud. Eugene comes in, treads carelessly on rows of feet, peers through his double glass to scan the unknown bells in lotus seats, then sweeps the tears with squinting eyes. When he's seen all, both face and dress, he feels very dissatisfied. To gentlemen on either side, his prophet bows, and seated there, he casts the stage an absent gaze, and turns, and yawns. I think ballets must find a fresh new bill of fare. I've long put up with what they offer. Now, even Diderot makes me suffer. On stage, the cupids, devils, serpents still tumble, loudly thumping, leap. And at the head entry, weary servants sit on sheepskin coats and sleep. And still the sound of stamping feet, and sniffs and coughs and boos and beats. And still, both within and without, the lanterns gleaming, wavering light. And still the freezing horses stir and fidget in their sleighs' trim gear, and freezing coachmen curse their squires, beat hands, and huddle near the fires. By now, Onegin's made egress. It's time to go home and to dress. Shall I depict, in words of truth, the solitary dressing chamber wherein our exemplary youth, dressed, undressed, reclothed each member, the objects for each whim displayed, in punctilious London made, that through the heaving, bolting wave, for wood and tallow came in trade. All that the hungry taste of Paris proclaimed a worthy youthful choice, invented for our trifling joys, our styles or grace or luxuries. All this enhanced the private room of 18 years and learned bloom. Amber on pipes from Tsarograd, china, bronze, set upon the table, and to make pampered senses glad, scents stored in faceted crystal, combs and sets of fine steel files scissors in straight and rounded styles, and then some 30 different kinds of brush. For nails and teeth one finds. I'll note in passing that Rousseau could not quite grasp how the grand grim might clean his nails in front of him. Wild man of words' untrammeled flow, freedom's champion, strong, great, proved then somewhat inadequate. One well could be an active man, and yet aware of tidy nails. Is not dispute with fashion vain? For mankind its dictate prevails. A second, Chardiev, Eugene, in awe of judgment's jealous green, was quite pedantic as to dress, and dandy's role played with success. For 3 hours at the very least, before the glass he'd preen and strut, and from his toilette then step out like frivolous Venus, newly dressed in masculine attire arrayed, so she could play a masquerade. Since fine toilette and latest mode preoccupy your curious eyes, I might unto the learned world dilate on all their subtleties, and might succeed in that ambition. The writer's craft is my profession. But waistcoat, frock, and pantaloon, these words don't sing a Russian tune, and thus I sense with saddened guilt my motley style must pardon crave for alien words that crowding have endowed my text with foreign lilt, and done this, though in days of yore I studied academic law. But that is not our present theme. Off to the ball we'd best be dashing, whither, in his cab, Eugene with plunging horses has been rushing past houses that in darkened rows line sleepy streets. Then gaily glows the double set of carriage lights in flooding sprays, cheerful and bright, discovering rainbows in the snow. Studded with lampions that gleam, each window of the stately home shows shadows flitting to and fro, shifting, passing heads, profiles of fools, grand dames in modish styles. To the front porch our hero's driven, then arrow-like up marble stair he flies, and past the waiting footman, and as he flies, smooths down his hair. Already in the crowded hall, the ringing music for the ball, a mazurka, has gripped the crowd, and all is close and hot and loud, and jingling sound a horse guard's spurs. Feet fly, and to their charming traces are fixed as many blazing gazes and many hot, amorous leers, while trilling violin contrives to drown whispers from jealous wives. On days of joy and celebration, at balls I'd nearly lost my mind. A better place for declaration or slipping notes you couldn't find. But oh, you husbands, snug and fine, I am a truly steady man, a man to trust. Please note that turn, chosen carefully to warn. And you, Manon, on strict patrol, keep your daughter in your sight, with care, a line, anxious lorgnette. So that? But bless my soul, I only write this way, you know, as my sins ended long ago. Alas, in life's varied delight, I've often found collapse and ruin. If my nerves did not strain so tight, to balls with joy I'd still be going. I love the strength of youthful passion, close presence, joyous, glittering fashion, ladies' strictly planned array. I love their feet, though hate to say,
that in all Russia you'll not find 3 proper sets of ladies' feet. Alas, I'm haunted, can't forget 2 feet, and sorrow fills my mind, and though I've cooled, still in my sleep they wrench my heart with feelings deep. Fond, foolish man, what desert place will make you able to forget your memory of that vernal trace? Ah, tiny feet, where are you now? From orient ease, across our mournful northern snows, you've left no mark, who love to move on carpets thick and soft and smooth, the rich delight that is their offering. And did I then, through long years, lose for your sake thirst for fame and praise, all sense of home or prison suffering? The joys of youthful years are past. Your light tread on the fields is lost. Dian's breast and cheeks of Flora, friends, they hold dear charms for me. But the small foot of Terpsichora strikes me as somehow more lovely. That foot, to my prophetic eyes, promises sublimities, provoking with its modest charm passions in a wilful swarm. I love that foot, Elvina dear, under tables sweeping cloths, on vernal meadows spongy swarths, or propped before a winter fire, on glassy gleam of ballroom floor, on rocky cliffs by the seashore. I recall seas before a storm, the pulsing waves, my jealous passion, as they kissed in foaming swarm her feet, each one in storm-tossed fashion. Then how I wished that like a wave I could those feet with kisses lay. No, never, through the fevered time of boiling youth in ardent prime, did I so long with sharp duress my lips on Ahmed's feet to press, or to that blooming rose, her face, or to her richly languid breast. No, never did such fevered swell boil up to batter my poor soul. And sometimes, too, a moment past can well up from my memories, that happy stirrup I hold fast. I feel her foot, there where it lies in my hand, and fancy stirs. Again, that touch that's only hers, again my faint heart, racing blood, again the anguished pangs of love. But now to pride I've given enough, strumming my loquacious lyre. Neither the songs that they inspire do they deserve, nor passion's stuff. These sorceresses, their words and sighs, cheat, like their feet, are filled with lies. And my Eugene, with sleep half numbed, from ball to bed he bravely sallies, as tireless Peter starts to hum, stirred by the beat that wakes and rallies. Merchants rise, and hawkers too. To the hack stand the swift cabs go, while Och the milkmaid, jug on show, tramples crackling early snow. The pleasant sounds of morning wake, shutters part, from chimneys high blue trails are rising toward the sky, columns of hot chimney smoke. Deutsch baker, prompt in paper cap, his Vassistas has opened up. But wearied by the ballroom's noise, and treating day as dark as night, calmly sleeps in sweet repose, the child of glamour and delight, to wake at noon and then once more, for life until next morn prepare, each various and monotone, today and yesterday as one. But was he happy, my Eugene, rich at leisure in his prime, as glittering victories filled his time, and daily stints at pleasures seen. Was it in vain he made that round of feasting? Careless, healthy, sound. No, early were his feelings jaded. The great world's tumult seemed as naught, and lovely ladies quickly faded as object of his every thought. Deceptions, too, managed to tire. Friends and friendship seemed to bore. Because he wasn't always able to have beefsteaks upon his table, or tasty Strasbourg pie consume, washing that delectation down with bonbon, bottled champagne. Despite his headache and his gloom, though fiery, he felt he had heard enough of fighting, bullets, sword. By that complaint, for whose chief cause the hour for search has come and gone, like spleen, that prime English disease, in brief our Russian depression, he was defeated by degrees. To shoot himself, to God be praise, he didn't really feel he could, but towards life felt chilled in his blood, a child Harold, languid and remote. In drawing rooms he would appear. There, Boston, worldly gossiper, charming glance, or sighing throat, all failed to move, or even touch. He simply did not notice much. Capricious bells of drawing rooms, you first he chose quite to ignore. It is the truth that in these times the haute monde often is a bore. Although its ladies sometimes may prate of Bentham and of Say, I tend to find their guiltless chatter a quite intolerable matter. Indeed, they are so uncorrupt, in all things so exceeding wise, so filled with ardent pieties, so circumspect beyond all doubt, the chilling tact they proffer men, with just a glance, engenders spleen. And you, fresh beauties in first youth, by midnight, Groschki heaved and heft across our Peter's rigid girth. You too, the fine Eugene has left. From tempest-tossed endearments flown, Onegin now stays locked at home, and yawning as he grasps his pen, attempts to think and write, but then discovers that no new truths flood from ardent pen, that stubborn work is not his style, his mind stays dark. He fails to join the fevered crowd of scribblers, whom I cannot cheer or damn, as I'm one too, I fear. Once more to idleness committed, he felt his empty spirit ache. So, with a fine plan, he was seated. The thoughts of others he would take from rows of books and make his own. He read and read, but with no plan, found boredom, falsehood, even pain. No conscience there, no reasoned gain. Each writer's bound with his own fetters. Antiquity has now grown old, and youth, for old ways, now is wild. As he quit women, he quit letters. His bookshelves and their dusty load, with mourner's taffeta he shrouds. In flight then from the world's regret, like him withdrawn from vanities, at just that time he and I met, and I admired his qualities. To dreams, unwitting, full devotion, an oddness beyond imitation, wit of sharply cutting ice. I was bitter, he morose. In passion's game we both were schooled. For both, deception had been utter. In both our hearts the fire had guttered, and ill from others was the rule, from blind fortune and fellow men, that we assumed in youth's bright dawn. All who ever lived and thought must in their souls despise mankind. For those of feeling, life is fraught with ghosts of unreturning time.
For such a one, there's no enchantment, and memory, like biting serpent with remorse, will ever gnaw. These sad facts frequently endow simple chatter with great charm. At first, Onegin's biting wit disturbed me. I grew used to it, and to his mode of caustic scorn. His jokes soaked through with bitter bile, his dark epigrammatic style. How often, when through evening glow of summer sky, pale, crystalline, when in the glassy Neva's flow, Diana's visage is not seen, in joyous flickers, joyous gleaming, we, recalling love's first dreaming, love itself recalling too, carefree, tender, hours anew, from the breath of gracious night, like sleepy convicts swiftly moved from cells to verdant forest grove, grew giddy with speechless delight. So we, on dreams, aloft were borne to the sweet start of life's fresh morn. His soul, replete with sad regret, Eugene on that shore's granite shelf was standing wrapped in pensive thought, just as the poet saw himself. All was calm, though scarcely night. Watchmen exchanged their hourly shout. From Million Street, a sudden rumble of droshky made the still air tremble. A boat with oars that dipped and quivered, from that distance captivated, with horn and voice in song elated, drifting on the dreaming river. But sweeter still, midst night's delight, rang out sweet tassos, octave bright. O wave-tossed Adriatic sea, O Brenta, nay, at you I'll gaze, and filled with inspiration new, I'll hear your strong enchanting voice. To Phoebus's grandson, sacred maid, by Lyre of Albion the proud. It is my kin, it's known to me. At night, in golden Italy, I'll sample pleasures as I please with a young Venetian maid, in spoken words and words unsaid, in a gondola's hidden ease. Afloat with her, my lips shall prove the tongue of Petrarch and of love. And will my hour of flight come nigh? It's time, it's time. To her I call, I walk the shore, I watch the sky, I beckon to each passing sail. Beneath storm's robes, I'll tame the waves as I an ocean highway cleave. And should I now launch my escape, it's time to quit this dreary cape, whose climate is for me hostile, and midst the swelling southern seas, beneath my own African skies, to sigh for twilit Russian soil. I've suffered, loved there, and I keep my heart there, buried very deep. Onegin was prepared with me to visit countries strange and foreign, but fate replaced this with decree for a long term of separation. Just at that time his father died. Then his heir swiftly rallied the creditors, that tribe of greed. Each with his own view was supplied. Eugene, detesting litigation and content with what he'd got, let the others have the lot. He viewed this as small deprivation, or else was able to foresee that Uncle's end was soon to be. And swiftly, in fact, came his way from Uncle's steward a request. Uncle, bedbound, dying lay, and wished to say, farewell, God bless. Upon receipt of missive sad, Eugene immediately had to Uncle's, with post-horses gone, and an anticipating yawn, preparing as a legatee to sigh, be bored and insincere, and I began my novel here. But reaching Uncle's property,
Eugene, the late gentleman, found laid out a tribute for the ground. He found the yard with servants full. To the deceased from every side had come both friend and foe, and all keen on the service for the dead. The body was to grave consigned. Then priests and guests both wined and dined, and took their solemn, pompous leave, as though great work had been achieved. Now, here's Eugene, resident gent, endowed with mills, streams, woods, and land, and glad his route has reached this end. Our quondam wasteful, overspent, is glad as well that he has found firm footing on some solid ground. It seemed quite novel for 2 days, the solitude of fields and stubble, the chilly oak grove's shady haze, the purling brook's quiet watery babble. The 3rd day, fields and woods and hills, for him had lost their power to thrill. And then the crushing urge to sleep, and then the understanding deep that villages are boring too, although they have no streets, grand halls, no cards, no verses, and no balls, and spleen on watch with constant cue sits waiting at her tireless post, like faithful wife or haunting ghost. My destiny was one of peace, of rural silence, rural calm, richer a country lyre's voice, and more alive creative dream. By lonely lake I make my ways, for law I far me entry take, and every blessed day I wake to sweet comfort and liberty, reading little, sleeping much, for transient fame I do not reach. Was it not thus in years gone by, that in that shade, blessed, indolent, the happiest of my days were spent? O flowers, love, O meadows, leisure, to you my soul is wholly given. I'm always glad to note and measure how much I differ from Onegin, so that a reader, mocking, modish, or publisher who well might publish, with slander sharp and intricate, will not a shameless lie repeat, as of my features he makes note, that I myself have here described, like Byron, prime poet of pride, as if for us there's simply not a subject possibility of others, but of only me. Poets, in passing I should note, are friends of fancifying love. For me, enchanted subject, mode, have come in sleep as my dreams moved, and held in my soul's deep recess until the muse gave life's impress. Then burst I into carefree peals of song, of mountain maids ideal, of captives held by the salvier. But now, from you, my friends so dear, this question I most often hear: for whom now sighs your sounding lyre? For whom in girlhood's jealous throng do you devote your ringing song? Whose glance, provoking exaltation, with moving tenderness and grace, endowed your souls with inspiration? For whom have you written your verse? For no one, friends, alack, alas. Long I sought without success for true love and the joy of passion. Blessed is he whom love can join to fervent rhyme, one made from twain, doubling the holy praise of love on the same path where Petrarch strove to soothe the heart's torment and pain, and thereby finding glory come. But love turned me witless and dumb. Love passed my way, then came the muse, and blessed my darkened soul with light, and I, a free man tried to fuse enchanted sound and sense and thought. I write, and my heart does not pine. My heedless pen does not outline beside my verse still incomplete, ladies' heads and ladies' feet. The burnt-out ash again won't flare. I still feel grief, but no more tears, and soon, oh soon, the storm's last blares will quiet like my soul's uproar. And then I shall start to compose an ode in 25 cantos. I've thought about the form and plan and what the hero's name should be, and chapter 1's already done. I've scanned it with severity and read it through with strict attention and found there many contradictions. These I'll not change in any way. The censor's fee instead will pay, and for the critic's degustation, my labour's tasty fruits I'll give. And so, for Neva's banks, now leave, you last-born object of creation, and win me there rewards of glory, distortion, gossip, sound, and fury. The second chapter, O Rus, Horace, epigraph, O Village. The place where Eugene felt so bored was a charming country nook. Those by simple things restored would bless sweet heaven for such luck. Set quite apart above a stream, a solitary lordly home, screened by a hill from tempest's glance. Before it, to a far distance, in dappled, flowered, striped array, stretched glowing meadows near and far. Hamlets, cattle browsing pasture, and leaves in spreading canopy. A vast, wild park whose tangled welter offered dreaming dryads shelter. The ancient pile had been erected as such fortresses should be, in strong, quiet style that reflected tastes of sage antiquity. Throughout, a sense of high repose. Brocaded cloth on parlour walls, hung with ranks of portraits royal, and stoves with multicoloured tiles. Such things have now gone out of fashion for reasons I can't quite explain. But in any case, Eugene viewed them all with little passion and could yawn with equal calm in modern or old-fashioned room.
Into that rural peace he settled. For 40 years, the old despot had kept his servant on her mettle, stared through windows, given flies a swat. All was simple. Oaken floors, stuffed sofa, table, 2 dressers, of ink, nowhere the slightest blot. Eugene flung open cupboards shut. In one, the household book was kept. In others, carefully arrayed, jugs of cider had been laid, and calendar for 1808. The old man's many occupations precluded other publications. Alone amidst his new effects and hoping to structure his time, our Eugene at first reflects he should arrange a new system. As sage of his own solitude, for yoke of ancient servitude he substitutes a light quit rent, and all his serfs feel quite content. His thrifty neighbour, though, is put out, finds the plan a frightful threat. The neighbour on the other side smiles craftily and shares the doubt. Then, as one, they both declare Eugene quite mad, a clear danger. At first, the neighbours came and called, but since each time to the back door a Donskoy stallion was hauled as soon as anyone could hear a guest's oncoming conveyance, they swiftly bridled, took offence. Relations ruptured from the strain. He's just a boor without a brain. A Freemason, he quite alone his crimson wine from tumblers sips, and ladies' hands don't touch his lips. His manners all have simply gone. No sir, but just a no or yes. He was condemned with single voice. Galloping to his estate just then, a new landowner came, which naturally gave rise to great scrutinizing of the same by neighbours. Liensky was his name, forged in Göttingen's fine flame, that handsome lad, in youth's fresh bloom, poet, well-schooled in Kantian dream, carried back when he returned from German fogs, his learning's fruit, his spirit, ardent, odd, acute, with freedom's fever blazed and burned, his voice with passion flared and smouldered, and long black curls fell to his shoulders. By the world's chilling dissipation, still uncorrupted, strong and pure, his soul drew warmth, illumination, from friends' regard, girls' soft allure. Quite fresh to matters of the heart, from hope's caress he drew support, and sensed life's glitter, gleam and sound, still ensnared his youthful mind. He soothed with sweetest aspiration any doubts that touched his heart. Life's highest goal was, for his part, a mystery, riddle, and temptation over which he strained his mind, suspecting he might wonders find. He felt a twin soul somewhere had been born and destined to unite with his, that languishing and sad, she waited for his joyous sight. Knew too that for him faithful friends would go to almost any ends, that their support would never waver, but slander's vessels smash and shiver, that some by fate are marked elect to nurture friendship's holy tie like an immortal family, and in a brilliant glow project future truths to light our way and lead the world to blessed day. Compassion joined by indignation, pure devotion to the good, and glory's torments inspiration very early moved his blood. Far he wandered with his lyre, beneath skies whose poetic fire flames of Goethe, Schiller lit, and now inflamed his own spirit. Muses of transcendent art he elect would not disgrace. His songs always gave pride of place,
to highest feelings from the heart, to bursts of virgin aspiration and simple primal exaltation. He sang of love, love's docile duty. His songs were simple, clear and plain. As girlish thoughts, virginal beauty, as youthful sleep, he hymned the moon in heaven's vault from turmoil free, queen of sighs and mystery. He sang of sorrow, severance, of something, of a vague distance, of passion's own true flower, the rose. He sang of far and distant places, where long, in quiet, calm embraces, his tearful weeping sadly flows. He sang of life's blanched, fading sheen, when he would shortly turn 18. Eugene alone, in that great void, could sense the worth of his attainments. With grandees of the neighbourhood, he never liked the entertainments. He fled their chatter, their exchange, all well within convention's range, of views on haymaking and wines, on kennels, genealogic lines, all quite without illumination, wit, poetry, imagination, and barren as to exaltation or any other fascination. But with their better halves, the chatter was even duller for that matter. Lenski, rich, with pleasing mien, was widely deemed a splendid catch. In the style of the village green, each neighbour dreamed of a fine match. His girl, the district's new half-Russian. At his appearance, conversation shifts to swift evaluation of single life, its deprivations. Then he's led to the samovar, where Dunya, it seems, tea will pour. They whisper, now then, looky more. At last they send for the guitar, and she, God help us, caterwauls, oh, come to me in my golden halls. Lenski, of course, did not aspire to marriage ties or marriage bonds, but with Onegin he desired to make acquaintance, become friends. They met. Waves crash and rocks resistance, verse, prose, ice, fire. Greater distance still than these they sensed and shared, and felt together, strained and bored. Then liking grew, so they agreed to go out riding every day, became as close as people may, and this I'd be first to concede, and friendship grew, often the case, when there's naught else to take its place. For mortals, though, such purity, with every prejudice forsworn, can't last, for we think nullity, all others save ourselves alone. Each deems himself Napoleon, his fellows by the million, shrinks to merest instrument, discarding every sentiment. Eugene, with tolerant conception, although he knew the human beast is best approached with firm distrust, felt, and each rule may have exception, that some with merit are supplied, a view he'd reached from the outside. He smiled as he heard Lenski speak. The poet's rush of conversation, strong in wit, in judgment weak, his constant look of sublimation, all this to Eugene was quite new. He ventured on a chilling view and then contrived to hold it back, thinking it's stupid to attack a fit of transient exaltation that time itself will overturn. Meanwhile, just let him live and learn and view the world with admiration. Youthful years are feverish. We must forgive their gibberish. Between them, every topic led to argument and to reflection. Treaties of nations long since dead, the fruits of learning, sin, perfection, age-old bias, its persistence, the secrets of the grave, existence, fate, and life, each in succession,
was exposed to close inspection. The poet, with oblivious heat, would from northern chants recite, while condescending and polite, Eugene gave him attention meet. Often he failed to grasp the thought, but young attempt deserves support. Above all else, passion's travails occupied our eremites. Himself, having escaped their toils, Eugene recalled his stormy flights, with sighs, regrets expressed unwilling. Blessed is he who knew strong feeling, and at length felt free to go. More blessed still, he who never knew true passions, who chilled love by distance, dislike by scandal, yawned through life, accompanied by friends and wife, unscathed by jealousy's insistence, for whom grandfather's faithful trust never to that cheat juice went bust. When we seek refuge, growing older, with the flag of calm and peace, when passion's fires no longer smoulder, and we find quite ludicrous its willfulness, its surging waves, and late impassioned narrative, we sometimes love to hear the tales of others tamed by love's travails. At these our spirits thrill and shiver, and passion's tongue excites the heart. So the aged invalid imparts attention with an eager quiver, forgotten in his humble dwelling, to tales a young mustachio's telling. Of course, though, flaming youth can never thoroughly disguise, conceal. Hate, love, joy, sorrow, it is ever ready to blurt out, reveal. In matters of the heart, Eugene felt stricken, and with gravest mien attended Lenski as he strived to confess and to be shrived. His ardent soul the poet bared without contrivances or art, the overflow of a young heart, which our Eugene readily heard. Young love, emotions varied hue, a tale long known to me and you. Ah, he had loved, with love that now, in present times, is truly known to poet's passion, strong and true, still doomed to such a love alone. In every place a single dream, a single wish at every time, a single sorrow everywhere. Not wide expanses chilling power, nor long years of separation, nor the dedicated hours given the muse, nor foreign tours, nor boisterous joys, nor education had changed his soul as it aspired by virgin passion, warmed and fired. His heart, by Olga, had been captured while he was still a boy. Unversed in love's torments, he watched enraptured. She had girlish dreams rehearsed. Protected by the woodland shade, they shared in childish games and played, while their fathers, neighbours, friends, their married bliss projected, planned. In that home without pretence, shielded by her parents' eyes, she bloomed as hidden lily lies screened by grass. Her innocence, sheltering there, was never found by bee or butterfly on rounds. She, our poet, first inspired with youthful passion, rapture, dream, and thoughts of Olga early fired his muse's young and toneful theme. And then, farewell to games of light. He grew to love the shady wood, its silences and solitude, and starry nights and dian bright, who fills with light the vault of heaven. To her we've gladly dedicated our walks in darkness, consecrated our tears, for grief a balm and leaven, though now we see her as a lame substitute for street lamps' flame. Ever modest and compliant,
bright and happy as the day, as the poet's soul, transparent, like kisses part in love's dear play, with eyes that beamed a skyey blue, and head of flaxen ringlets too, her voice and face and slender frame, each feature, but it's all the same. Take any novel, there you'll find Olga's portrait, very sweet. Once I was in love with it, now it bores me out of mind. And so, dear reader, please allow me to present her sister now. On the balcony, she loved to await the coming dawn, as the stars formally moved through round dance patterns and were gone. Then the earth's rim softly glows, and morning's herald gently blows, as step by step the dawn draws close. In winter, when night's dark shadows hold subject longer half the earth, and longer in that idle quiet, in glowing moon's beclouded light, the lazy east still dreams inert. She rises at her usual time, lit by the candle's gleaming flame. From early youth she loved romances. For them all else she would forego, enraptured by the contrivances of Richardson and of Rousseau. Her father was a decent sort, in the past century still caught, who really saw no harm in books, into which he never looked. He thought them simply trifling folly, didn't trouble to be worried with which tome his girl lay buried, to dream till dawn beneath her pillow. His wife was of another kind, for Richardson had lost her mind. She loved Richardson, not because she'd ever really read him through, and Grandison more than Lovelace, for the same sort of reason too. In the past, Princess Aline, her judgmental Moscow cousine, had often expressed a firm view, and she had been engaged then too, a fiancé not of her choice. For another she had pined, who pleased her more, both heart and mind, and who had really won her voice, a Grandison who played at cards, a dashing sergeant of the guards. Just as he, she chose her raiment for high fashion, but then they, without asking her agreement, in marriage bond gave her away. In order to assuage her grieving, her wise husband thought of leaving for the country, where she sat with God knows whom and God knows what, sobbed in speechless desolation, from her husband nearly fled, and then, by household occupied, found habit, custom, consolation. Habit given from above, fine substitute for bliss, can prove. Habit, that sense of grief allayed, which nothing else can quite dispel. And then, to her content, she made a great discovery. All was well. She found that autocratic rule, applied to husbands, was a tool which, when fully understood, proved splendid basis for the good. So she established her routine. For winter, salted mushrooms save, keep the books, and foreheads shave. Saturday, banya to soak clean, whack the maid when furious. All this, with husband, don't discuss. In her youth, with blood, she'd sign a girlish friend's autograph book, called Praskovia Pauline, and use fine sing-song tones to talk. Her waist held in corset's thrall then, her N, like French N, she'd intone, and nasal sounds expertly managed. Suddenly, these things all vanished. Corset, album, Princess Aline, and fine sentiments collected, all forgotten, quite rejected. The maid, a Kulka now, not Céline. At last, firmly she put on cap and quilted dressing gown. Her spouse loved her with all his heart, never meddled with a plan, approving all right from the start, himself wore dressing gowns to dine. Life rolled along in deepest peace. Friends from neighbouring families sometimes dropped by for evening call of heartfelt gossip, laughter, all entertained by this and that. Then Olga's rung at the right time to bring the tea, and then they dine. And then it's time for home and bed, and time for sleep, so time to leave. And from the courtyard, off they drive. They, in that life of peace, preserved customs from a well-loved past. In Butter Week, blini was served at a ceremonial feast. Twice yearly, church fasts were obeyed, and the round swings were enjoyed. Round dance, oracle songs at table. At Trinity, as the people, yawning, listened to the prayers, sweetly on the meadow flowers they let drop 3 little tears. Kvass was needed just like air, and the guests at tables seated to their food by rank were treated. Thus both to their old age had come, them to the husband first, the yawn and gaping door of waiting tomb, and once again a proffered crown. Just before dinner time he died, and for him then sincerely cried, neighbour, children, faithful spouse, with true sorrow in this case. He was a good and kindly Barin, where his earthly dust reposes, his gravestone monument discloses, humble sinner, Dmitri Larin, God's servant and brigadier, beneath this stone reposes here. With his Penates reunited, Vladimir Lenski came to bow at his neighbour's grave, and plighted to the ashes a deep sigh. Long his heart felt truly sad. Poor Yorick, then, he gravely said, how often in his arms I laid, how often I, in childhood, with his Archakov medal played. He destined Olga's hand for me, asked often, shall I live to see? And feeling truly mournful, sad, Vladimir, standing in that spot for funeral madrigal, made note. There too, by inscription sad, he stood with falling tears and blessed the patriarchal dust that had been father, mother, now at rest. Alas, in this life's mortal furrow, the generations rise and burrow as God's secret will decrees. Each springs up, ripens, and then dies. Thus grows and seethes our foolish race, then crowds its forebears in the tomb. And for us, time will come, to reach that final resting place, where, when the moment ripe is due, our grandchildren will crowd us too. Meanwhile, imbibe it to the lees, my friends, this life ephemeral. I understand its nullities, am caught by them scarcely at all. I've closed my eyes to frail illusions, but hope's glimmering delusions sometimes still trouble my heart, and I'll feel sorrow to depart this life and leave behind no trace. I live and write, but not, it seems, for fame or glory, but hope's dreams that my fate will include some praise, that after me will ring and sound one note at least, like faithful friend, which then may enter someone's soul, and thus, haply restrained by fate, this verse in Lethe he won't hurl, which I, in times past, did indite. And then, perhaps, flattering surmise, some future idiot will gaze on my famed portrait and pronounce, "There walked a true poet once." And so accept my gratitude, O devotee of peaceful muses, O you whose memory encloses my swift creation's thronging crowd, whose kindly hand in future days will stroke an old man's crown of bays.
The third chapter. Elle était fille, elle était amoureuse. Malfilâtre, epigraph. She was a girl, she was in love. You're going? There's a poem for you. Time, Onegin, so goodbye. I won't keep you, but where do you spend all of your evenings now? At the Lawrence. That sounds grand. For pity's sake, how can you stand killing every evening there? Why not? Well, for me, I'll swear, that's hard to see. That's hard to grasp. Here's what I see. A simple Russian family. They've arranged with zeal guests to receive. And if I misspeak, do tell me. To serve them jam with streams of prattle on rain, on flax, on keeping cattle. So far, I see no harm in that. Why, boredom, friends, that's where harm lies. Your worldly set I really hate. Give me cozy families with whom another eclogue friend. Restraint, no more, heaven forfend. You're really off? Well, that's too bad. But listen, Lenski, be so good, introduce me, if you would, to your Phyllis, theme of thought, tears, sighs, verses, and so forth. You're joking. No. Then I'd be glad. So when? Why don't we go right now? They'll give us welcome, warm and true. Let's go. Then off the horses race. Arriving, the two friends applied with all the service deemed in place by old-time hosts. They are supplied with an array of standard fare, jam and saucers set, and there, placed on the table's well-waxed order, a jug of whortleberry water. By shortest route they homeward fly, their hurtling equipage careens. Now let us listen covertly as they bear me opinions. Well, Onegin, yawns I see, mere habit, Lenski, but surely more bored than ever. Usual state. The field's black, though. It must be late. On, Andrushka, fast and steady. What an idiotic place. By the way, Larina's nice. A simple, good, and kind old lady. That whortleberry, I'm afraid, will do my stomach little good. But tell me, which one was Tatiana? The one who, looking full of sorrow and just as silent as Svetlana, came in and sat down by the window. You, love, the younger girl. Pray why? Because, were I a poet, I know the other be my choice. There's no life in Olga's face. Van Dyck's Madonna, just the spit, handsome, red, and very round, like that stupid full moon found right on the horizon where it sits. Vladimir made a dry retort, then travelled on in silent thought. Meanwhile, Onegin's sudden call at the Lawrence caused a stir, a strong impression that struck all the neighbours and produced a whirl of speculations, jokes, surmise, and comments tinged with some malice. The betrothal declared closed. Some even ventured to propose the wedding settled, but postponed, the ceremony forced to wait, be celebrated soon or late when the right rings had been found. All plans for Lenski's marriage, though, those had been settled long ago. Tatiana listened with vexation to this gossip. Her heart's core felt secretly exhilaration, of which she thought, then thought some more, and in that heart, thought quickened, moved. The time had come. She fell in love. Thus, a seed fallen to the ground, through fires of spring, with life rebounds. Long since, in her imagination, by flames of sweet disquiet distraught, she'd hungered for that fateful draught, and long, with heartfelt agitation, her youthful breast was gripped, constrained. She knew someone was preordained. It came to pass. Her eyes flew wide. She told herself that this was he. And now, alas, the day, the night, and heated dreams, transports lonely, are filled with him. The dear girl feels in steady stream enchanted spells that speak of him, the anxious gaze of her maid's eye, a kindly voice, seem tiresome, and she despairs, can't follow the guests' conversation, finds their idleness vexation, and in fact fiercely abhors the sudden unexpected ways they come, and then their lengthy stays. And now, with what alert attention, she scans novels' sweet confusion, with what lively apprehension drinks in their romance illusion, fired by revery's inspiration, its animation and foundation, the lover of Julie Volmar, Malek Adel and Delinard, and Martin Werther's suffering storms, and Grandison beyond compare, who swiftly brings sleep close and near. All these infuse her tender dreams, in single image meet and join, shape, form of Onegin alone. She sees herself as heroine of many loved admired tomes, Clarissa, Julia, Delphine, Tanya, through silent forest roams, alone except for dangerous books that hold the prize for which she looks, her secret dreams and passion's heat, fruit of hearts filled and complete. She sighs, and having made her own another's grief or exaltation, whispers heartfelt repetition, a letter born in dazed conception to our hero. He, however, Grandison was not, was never. Time was when in a pompous mode, a fiery author of romance, presenting the fine hero, would his dazzling perfections announce. Ever assailed by powers of ill, this darling object, tender soul, was endowed with wit and grace and splendidly beautiful face. Sustained by passion's purest flame, the hero, his emotions high, was ever quite prepared to die. But when the final ending came, vice was always well chastised, and good, with garlands honored, prized. These days, though, fog has quite replaced all wit, and morals induce sleep, and vice
in novel's realms embraced, a state of triumph there doth keep. Wild fancies of the British Muse, dreams of the young maid infuse, become an idol to adore. At times, perhaps, pensive vampire, or Melmoth, vagrant of dark gloom. The eternal Jew, or the Corsair, or the mysterious Jean Spogar. Lord Byron, by a happy whim, hides even hopeless egotism in veils of dark romanticism. My friends, what is the point, I pray? Perhaps should heaven so decide, the poet's task aside I'll lay, and fresh daemon in me'll reside. With Phoebus' threats held in disdain, I'll sink to prose, humble and plain, and then a novel of old ways will fill the sunset of my days. The secret pangs of evil actions I'll not thunderingly relate. Instead, I simply shall narrate the family customs dear to Russians, and love's captivating ways, the manners of our forebears' days. In father's simple words I'll speak, or uncle's touching recitation, of children meeting by the brook, the old limes, place of assignation. Then jealous torments and vexation, tears, rifts, reconciliation. Again I'll part them, finally leading to the altar and a wedding. I'll recall words of tender passion, language of love's torments sweet, which, lying at my lady's feet, in times gone by I used to fashion, words which from my tongue would trip, though now I've given all that up. Tatiana, dearest one, so dear, with you now my tears I'll shed. To modish tyranny I fear, your fate you have relinquished. You'll perish, dear one, but before that happens, dazzling hope's bright lure draws you with anthem of dark bliss. You find life's languor and its ease, desire's poisoned brew you sip, and are beset at every turn by images that blaze and burn, happy trysts that now you keep, and always, always, just ahead, your tempter with his fateful tread. Urged onward by the pangs of love, into the garden goes Tatiana, and on a sudden cannot move. With fixed eyes, struck by heavy languor and heaving breast, she stands stock still. Her cheeks with instant flame are full, and on her lips breath freezes, dies. Her ears are stunned, and daze her eyes. Darkness falls, and then moonlight patrols the distant arching skies. A nightingale through dusky trees flings ringing tones into the night, in which our Tanya lies awake, then turns to Nyana for a talk. I can't sleep, Nyana. It's so hot. Open the window and sit down. Tanya, what troubles have you got? I'm sad. Tell me of times bygone. Of what, my dear? In days long past, my memory held a goodly feast of tales, some fancied and some true, of evil spirits and girls too. But all that is now dark, my Tanya. What I knew, I've quite forgot, and that sad state is now my lot. My mind is fading. Tell me, Nana, in those days that now have gone, were you in love with anyone? What nonsense, Tanya. Way back then, that phrase,
In love, we never heard. She'd have knocked me straight to heaven, Vanya's mother, for that word. But how did you get married, Nyanya? It surely was God's will. My Vanya, he was younger than I, dear, and I had just reached 13 years. For 2 whole weeks, to my relations, the matchmaker came. At last, my father gave his promise fast. I cried in bitter desperation. All wept as they undid my braid. Then with songs to church I was led. So to a stranger's house I'm taken. But you're not listening, my dear. Oh, Nyanya, Nyanya, I am so shaken. I'm really miserable, I fear. I feel like crying, sobbing too. God bless you, child. Protect you. Ask whatever you may need. Some holy water for your head, your heart. Oh no, Nyanya, oh no, I'm not sick, but in love, it's true. My child, may God bless and keep you. My prayers to you, for you to him shall go. Nyanya blessed the girl and prayed. With trembling hands, the cross sign made. In love, the girl whispered once more, with sadness to the aged crone. You are not well, dear heart, my dear. In love. And now, leave me alone. Meanwhile, the glorious radiant moon appeared, and with a dark light shone on Tanya's face, so pale and fair, and on her wild disordered hair, and on her tears, and on the seat where, kerchief covering her grey head, in front of our young lady sat old Nyanya in her quilted coat. In that still moonlit inspiration, all lay in dreaming expectation. By heart's elation carried far, Tatiana gazes at the moon, and in her soul's born an idea. Nyanya, now leave me all alone. But first, some paper and a pen, and push the table to me. Then I promise that I'll lie down soon. So by herself, lit by the moon, Tatiana sits in quiet remove, and there, propped on her elbow, writes. Eugene, her thinking, fires and lights, her artless message breathing love. Now the letter's done, composed. Tanya, for whom is it proposed? I've known beauties beyond reach, as cold and pure as winter's season, beyond pleas or bribes, and each untouchable by argued reason. Their worldly pride provoked amaze, their virtuous natures, virtuous ways. Knowing this, from them I fled, and horrified, I thought I read hell's motto, stamped above their brows. All hope must now abandoned be. For them, love's a calamity, and frightening people gives them joys. On Neva's banks, beside its flow, perhaps you've met such ladies too. Ringed in by a submissive crowd of their adoring devotees, I've noted ladies cold and proud, unmoved by passion or by praise. And what of that seemed a surprise, that by the strictness of their ways, driving off shy love in fright, they then a fresh new flame could light. But then, and at the least, some pity, at the least a tone of voice, might sometimes seem more kindly, nice, so that, with blind credulity, once more the avid youthful swain resumes a chase, empty and vain. Why should Tatiana bear more blame? Is it that free of guile and sweet she cannot play deception's game, clings to her dream, whole and complete, that she with love quite free of art and true to urgings of the heart,
wholly believes and fully knows that unto her fortune bestows imagination, restless, driven by lively mind and vivid wit, and by a capricious spirit, as promised by the will of heaven. Can it be you won't forgive the whimsical caprice of love? A flirt makes cold-blooded decisions. Tatiana's ardent fervour proves a love bestowed without conditions, freely as a child's heart moves. She doesn't say, let's wait. Love's price will thereby manage to increase. Into snare and net more surely lure him, pricking his vain glory with hope, and then perplex his heart. Fanning jealousy's hot flame, inflicting keen torment and pain, lest by plain endurement bored, from his chains alert and sly, the wily slave be set to fly. I can foresee a complication. To defend my homeland's honour, I must, without prevarication, translate the letter from Tatiana. She could not use our Russian well. Our journals could not read at all, and could her native tongue express with stumbles, slips, and awkwardness. Therefore French is what she wrote. So what can I do but repeat? Till now, a lady's passion sweet, our Russian language could not state. Till now, our tongue with its proud ways was not attuned to postal prose. I know some would a lady force to read in Russian. Quelle horreur! In that case, my mind's eye can scarce see the Philistine clutched by her. And so, my poets, I inquire, the subjects whom you held so dear, to whom you've privately rehearsed, for your sins, your secret verse, to whom your heart was dedicated, did they not all, our Russian tongue, grasping weakly, often wrong, its sound so sweetly mutilate, that 'twas the foreign tongue that slipped like native speech between their lips? May God protect me at a ball, or as I'm leaving on the step, from student priest in yellow shawl, or academic in his cap. Like rosy but unsmiling lips, for me, Russian, unmarked by slips grammatical, quite fails to please. To my cost, perhaps, beauties of newer generations, led by journals pleading prayerful voice, are schooling us in grammar's ways, and verses too they have construed. But what has that to do with me? I'll cling to custom faithfully. Inaccurate, unbounded prattle, sloppy speech or conversation still will make my heartbeat rattle in my spirit's agitation. Repent of this I can't, I fear, and Gallicisms I'll hold dear, like sins of vanished youthful times, or Bogdanovich's poems. But enough. It's time to turn to the letter from my beauty. I've promised. So then, it's my duty? If so, it's one I'd rather spurn. I know that Parme's tender plume is not in fashion in our time. Bard of the feasts, sad languor sweet, if with me you still were here, I'd make a request indiscreet, with which to trouble you, my dear, that unto our impassioned maid you would be able to provide for foreign words a magic tune. Where are you? Come, and I'll festoon my rights, donate them with a bow. But he, through sad and rocky ways, with heart that's grown unused to praise, alone, beneath the finished sky, wanders, and his soul, meanwhile, does not hear my weaver's tale. Tatiana's letter now lies here. It is for me a sacred sheet. I read with inner anguish, sure that these are words I can't deplete. Who taught such phrases, passion's guile, such tender terms, such loving style? Who instilled this melting passage for the heart's unreasoned message, marvelous and full of threat? I know not, but make presentation in weak and incomplete translation from living scene these pallid notes as from Der Freischütz, played in practice by the hands of schoolgirl novice. Tatiana's letter to Onegin. I write to you. And then what more? What more is there that I can say? Now, I know it's in your power, with your neglect, to punish me. But you, to my plight sad and sore, if pity's least drop you retain, you will not leave me all alone. At first I thought of silence, calm. Believe me, then my state of shame to your notice would not have come, had I still kept the slightest dream that rarely, once each 7 days, I'd see you at our country place, or catch your voice, a sound or tone, murmur a word to you, and then think day and night, and think again, till next you came of that alone. They say that company you shun, that you find country life quite dull, and we, though we in no way shine, when we greet you, our hearts are full. How did it happen that you came? In the wilds of this lonely place, I never would have heard your name, or now these bitter sufferings trace. My artless spirit might find peace, and growing calm with time, who knows, might through the heart another have found, and joined him as a faithful friend, been loving mother, tender spouse. Another, to no other, could I give away this heart of mine, that's by celestial counsel held, by heaven's will decreed, I'm thine. All of my life has been a token, pledged ever to this tryst with thee. For thee, by God, I've been bespoken, till death thou shalt my saviour be. In vision, filling sleep thou came, though still unseen, I held thee dear. Thy wondrous glance reached my heart's core. Thy voice rang in my sleep's domain. Long since, but no, this was no dream. The instant that thou came, I knew, and murmured, stunned, ablaze. It's true, it's he, this vision, this phantom. Did I not hear thee? Was it not so? Speaking to me, quiet, still, when I gave relief to the poor, or smoothed with gentleness and prayer the suffering of my sad soul. And in that very instant fleet, didst thou not, apparition sweet, breathe through that dark transparency, against my bedhead, pressing tight with whispered words of love, delight, words of hope that came to me. Be thou my angel sent to God, or source of sly, deceiving fraud. I beg release from my confusion. All this, perhaps, is empty, false, my callow soul trapped in illusion, by fortune meant for something else. So be it. Thus my fate is now in thy hands. To thee I cede. Before thee now my tears do flow, as I for thy protection plead. Think of my state. I'm quite alone. No one here can comprehend me. My swooning brain cannot defend me. Soon, in death's silence, I'll lie down. I wait for thee. By just a glance, within my heart, revive hope's gleam, or tear to shreds my heavy dream. Alas, with well-deserved remonstrance, I end. Rereading frightens me. From shame, alarm, I've nearly died. Your honor is my guarantee, and in it, boldly, I confide. Tatiana's sighing, groaning, sighing. In her hand the letter quivers. The rosy paper seal is drying on her hot tongue's burning fever. Towards his shoulder her dear head leans, charming shoulder. From it slides and slips right off her light nightgown. The gleaming brilliance of the moon is fading. There the shrouded veil glows clearer through the mists of morn. The streams turn silver. Shepherd's horn wakes the village with its call. And now, long since, 4 mornings come. To Tanya, though, it's all the same. She takes no note of glowing dawn, and as she sits, her head droops low, her seal with its embossed design on her notes not fastened now. But here, the door is opening, and grey Philippus's bringing tea that on a tray's been set. It's time, my child, up you get. But there you are, my beauty, ready. Oh, you lovely early bird. Yesternight I was worried, but now you are quite well, I see. No trace left by night's fears and woes. Your face like a bright poppy glows. Anyanya, just one thing. Would you, gladly, dear, what might it be? You should not think, but oh, could you? But don't you refuse me. As God is my witness, dear one. Then quietly send your grandson with this note to O, to whom, to our neighbor, and tell him, your grandson, not to say a word, and that he should not give my name. He should not give it, dear, to whom? These days, my mind is quite disturbed. We've many neighbors around here. How can I know who they all are? You're being so slow-witted, Nyanya. Dear one, I'm already old. I'm old. My mind is going, Tanya. I, who was once sharp and bold, then mastered scarcely have to utter one word. Nyanya, whatever does it matter, your mind? I'm speaking of a letter to Onegin. All right, dear one. Oh, don't be upset. I'm old. Don't understand. Forget. And why have you now turned so white? It's nothing, Nyanya, that I'll swear. But do, just send your grandson there. The hours slowly trickle past. Nothing. Next day, still the same. Pale as a ghost and fully dressed, Tatiana waits. When will it come? And now, young August Swain appears. Where is your friend? Madame inquires. He's quite forgotten us, it seems. To our house he never comes. Tatiana flushes, quivers, quails. Today he promised he'd be here. Lenski assures her mother's ear. No doubt he's held up by the mail. Tatiana's gaze drops to the ground as though she'd heard a reprimand. Twilight, the samovar stood gleaming, hissing on the tabletop. A gentle plume rose twisting, steaming, as the Chinese pot warmed up. Then, poured by Olga's ready hand, the tea flowed hotly, darkly, and filled the cups with fragrant streams, while serving boy passed round the cream. Our Tanya by the window stands, breathes dreamily upon cold pane, and there inscribes the letters twain, with peerless finger, peerless hand, on darkling glass, clouded, steamy, cherished initials, O and E. Meanwhile, her spirit sadly fails, her anguished gaze is full of tears. Then clattering hooves, her blood congeals, they're close, the courtyard, Eugene's here. Swift and light as any ghost, through the back entry, Tanya floats. Porch, yard and garden, all at once. She flies, a backward glance she cannot manage, in a flash, past parterre, bridge, across the grass, down the allée, to lake and trees, snapping lilacs in her dash. She hurries to the brookside, where, onto the bench that's standing there, she slumps. My God, Eugene is here. Oh Lord, whatever can he think? Her heart, filled with tormenting fear, preserves the dreams of hope's dark brink. She trembles, waits, hot cheeks aflame, and tries to listen. Will he come? No answer. In the garden's rows, servants were picking berries, and as they had been ordered, sang. Chorus established with the thought that if they sang, the master's fruit could not then slip down the thieving tongue. Thus, the crafty rural mind, fitting use for song does find. Young girls' song. Maidens, beauties, dear ones, friends, come let us enjoy our game. Now let's play, girls, let's be gay, girls, let's strike up our favorite song, and let us a young man lure into our song circle here, as we might a young man lure if we saw him from afar. Then let's run away, my dears, and let's shower him with cherries, cherries, currants, raspberries, raspberries, and currants too. Do not sliding come to hear our beloved song so dear. Do not slyly come to spy on the games we love to hear. So they sang, but with indifference, listening to their ringing sound. Tatiana waited, all impatience, for a calmer heart to pound, for her cheeks hot fire to cease. But in her breast that trembling stays, the fire lingers on her face, and hotter, brighter burns that blaze. Thus a glittering butterfly will quiver, beat the air with rainbow wing, some prankish schoolboy's captive thing, and in late autumn fields will shiver a hare that on a sudden notes the hunter, who from the brush shoots. And at last she heaved a sigh, and slowly From the bench she rose, walked off and turned to the alley and saw Eugene ahead, his pose and blazing eye, a phantom scene. Now she, as one who's singed by flame, stops where she is and stands stock still. And for today, this will be all. To tell the unplanned meeting sequel is past my strength. I cannot do it. And that, dear friends, is all there's to it. After a long account, I'm equal to a walk, then some repose. The rest I'll narrate. Then, God knows. The fourth chapter. La morale est dans la nature des choses. Reka, epigraph. Morality is in the nature of things. Woman, the less that we adore her, the easier she is to please, and easier to stretch before her snares of tempting flatteries. Seduction, once without a heart, was then regarded as love's art, always tooting on its horn, with true emotion held in scorn. But that amusing, valued sport was suited to the style and way of aged apes from Grandpa's day. Gone the fame of loveless thought, like the red heels those old gents wore, and the vast wigs once de rigueur. Breathes there a soul who does not mind dissembling varied repetition of points all have agreed to find, long since resolved, without exception, hearing again the same objection to support the prompt rejection of notions that have never been held even by girls of 13. Who does not find most wearying threats, pleas, oaths, and pseudo-passion written out in six-paged fashion? The fraud, spleen, rings, tears that these bring, the constant eye of mothers, aunts, and heavy friendship with the husband. Precisely thus thought my Eugene, a victim of stormy delusions in early youth. That's what he'd been, a toy of passion's wild confusions. Spoiled by habits customary, drawn close, or else quite au contraire, he felt sweet torments of desire, and of hope's flickering chancy fire, speculative at the best, noted in stillness and in noise, his soul's eternal mumbling voice, and with a laugh put yawns to rest. And that is how 8 years were lost, 8 years that made up his life's best. Beauties no longer stirred his passion. He gave pursuit with half a heart. Refusal meant same chase, same fashion. Deception, welcome chance to part. Quite free of bliss, he made his captures. Free of grief, broke off those raptures, scarce recalling sweetness, rage. So might the indifferent guest engage to spend an evening playing whist. He sits and plays, and when he's through, calmly leaves and drives home to his waiting bed, his hours of rest, and doesn't know by morning's light how he'll spend the coming night. But when Tatiana's letter came, Onegin felt touched to the core. The girlish words that spoke her dream aroused his thoughts to swarm and stir, and back to him they brought her dear pale face, so downcast and so drear. His dreaming soul assumed the weight of all that guiltless, tender freight. Perhaps some feeling stirred from dust might for a moment take possession of his soul.
such deception of her innocence and trust he didn't wish. Now, swift and fleet, off to the garden where they'll meet. For a brief moment, silently they stood. Eugene stepped forward, said, "You wrote to me. Do not deny your letter. In it, I have read trusting souls' honest effusion and a guiltless love's profusion. Your honesty is dear to me, has brought emotion near to me, stirred feelings I had long thought gone. But for these things I must deny you praise. Indeed, I must repay your frankness with some of my own. I ask your judgment, now receive the confession which I shall give. If I wanted to enclose my life in a domestic sphere, if kindly fortune should propose that I become a spouse, a father, if I could for an instant see the charms of domesticity, of my youth's friends, you would be the wife and partner I would choose for life. Foregoing madrigal and pose, I'll tell you my sad soul would feel that you fulfilled my first ideal, that you alone would be my choice as gauge of all that's fine and good, and I'd be happy if I could. To live in bliss I was not made, it is a stranger to my soul, and your perfections, I'm afraid, I truly don't deserve at all. Believe, my conscience is my gauge, we both would suffer in a marriage. No matter how much I might love you, staled by custom I would leave you. Then you'd weep. Your tears and poses never could my heart engage, but might, to say the least, enrage. Judge for yourself the blooms, the roses, Hymen would for us prepare, perhaps for many a day and year. What can bring more cruel dejection than families whose wretched wife mourns her husband's imperfection while doomed to solitary life? The husband, bored, appreciating her worth, yet excoriating fate, with silent frown endowed, always angry, jealous, cold. Thus I. And was that what you sought in your soul's high flaming fashion, when you, with clarity of passion and intellect, your letter wrote? Did cruel fortune designate that to be your wretched fate? To dreams years past there's no return, and I cannot renew my soul. My love, as brothers' love, doth burn, perhaps more tender and more full. Without rage, hear now what I say. More than once, a young girl may change her dreams, freshly, lightly, as spring leaves come upon a tree, a change that's wrought by time run whole. This is as the heavens ordain, and you will clearly love again, but you must learn some self-control. Not all, as I, will understand you. Callow ways in grief will land you. Thus Eugene preached and pronounced. Tatiana listened, blind with tears, scarcely breathed, made no response as his dicta struck her ears. He gave his arm, and in a daze, mechanically as custom says, against that arm Tatiana leant, dear head bowed low, and she silent. They went home round the kitchen garden, peered together, thus linked, walked, and no one was surprised or shocked. Country freedoms long agreed on, rights and privileges maintained, just as in haughty Moscow town. I'm sure, dear reader, you'll agree that our young friend has acted here with sad Tatiana admirably, and not for the first time made clear a soul of prime gentility. Though those who felt hostility
To quarter, therefore, disinclined, both enemy and, of course, friend, who might well be one and the same, appraised him both this way and that. Enemies, of course, we've all got. But from friends, save us in God's name. And oh, those friends of mine, I've not recalled them here in vain. My sense? Nothing. I lay to rest hollow spectres, fleeting, dark, and, in parenthesis, attest no slanderous aspersions lurk in garrets by a gossip bred, by fashionable mobsters led. No awkwardness, absurdity, no epigram, vulgarity, that with a pleasant smile your friend to his set of modish folk, and never hinting vicious joke, might not repeat world without end. Of course, he's with you thick and thin. He loves you as he loves his kin. My noble reader, pray, your relatives, are they quite well? Then, if you please, the moment may be ripe for me my views to spill. Relatives, who are they, please? Well, relatives, I think, are these. Kin, to whom we've obligation of our love's warm estimation, and it, as is customary here, on Christmas Day to pay a visit, or greetings in the post deposit, so that for balance of the year, thought to us they will not give, and may God grant them years to live. But love for beauties is more firm than friendship or the love of kin. With beauties, through tempest and storm, certain rights one can maintain, of course. But fashion's dizzy ways, but nature's habit of caprice, the judgment of the world, the town, the tender sex is light as down. Therefore, a husband's firm opinion, every wife in virtue's mould, must in highest reverence hold. For even most devoted minion can blaze up an instant flame, and love is Satan's favourite game. Whom should one love, in whom believe, and who alone will not betray? Who will each deed and word receive with sympathy, and judge as we? From calumny and slanders flourish, who'll abstain? Who'll warmly cherish? Who'll never be outraged by flaws? Whom will we never find a bore? Idle pursuer of phantoms gleam, without expending labours vain, bestow love on yourself alone, O worthy reader of esteem. A fitting object, probably more fitting, nothing else could be. And from that meeting, what the sequel? Alas, it is not hard to guess. Love's sufferings, without an equal, never ceased to stir distress in that young soul with sorrow yearning. No, with heated passions churning, poor Tatiana blazed and burned. By sleep the bed is roundly spurned. Health, life's pleasure and its flower, her smile and her girlish peace, have faded like a hollow noise. Dear Tanya's youth grows dim and dour. Thus the day that's newly made is draped with darkling storm and shade. Alas, Tatiana fades and withers. Her light grows dim, her voice is stilled, her interest neither stirs nor shivers. By nothing is she moved or thrilled. With gravest noddings of the head, the neighbours whisper and agreed. It's time she's married off. But that for me is quite enough. I'd rather cheer imagination with scenes of love, its happy reign. Unwillingly, I feel constrained, my dears, by my intense compassion. So please forgive my heated style, my love for Tanya's at a boil. Hour by hour, more ensnared by Olga's beauties, one and all, Vladimir's joy, ecstasy, flared. He gave himself with all his soul. Always beside her, in her room they'd sit and share the darkening gloom, or through the garden gently stroll, hand in hand as day grew full. And then, by his great love enraptured, bemused in tender disarray, he finds he sometimes dares to play with a stray curl that he has captured. And when her smile provokes boldness, he'll kiss the border of her dress. To Olga, he would sometimes read a work in moralizing mode, with natural sciences arrayed, like Chateaubriand, but more broad. Sometimes a page, or two, or three, rubbish, fables, vain, empty, and dangerous for the girlish mind, he'd skip, blushingly leave behind. From all the world at great remove, at chess, for hours, deep thought they'd show, each propping head with bent elbow, and deepest concentration prove, until distracted, Lenski took, using his own pawn, his rook. And if perchance he should drive home, still Olga's presence dominates. Then the loose sheets of her album earnestly decorates. A rural view you might set down, a gravestone or Cyprian shrine, or lyre with a perching dove. His agile pen will likely move, or on a page of memories, below the names others have signed, he'll leave a tender verse behind, mute monument to reveries, a passing mood, and a long trace, after long years, still there in place. Of course, you've more than once leafed through the album of a country miss, which all her friends have poured out too, beginning, middle, and finish. Poetic laws are scarcely noted. Meterless verses are devoted to deathless friendship's recognition, prolonged or dealt a swift attrition. On page the first, you well might see, qu'écrirez-vous sur ces tablettes, then signed with T.I.V. Emmet. And on the last, there's apt to be, let those whose love is even stronger inscribe this book with something longer. There, without fail, you're bound to know two hearts, a torch and flowers in bloom. There too would be the solemn oath, in love with you until the tomb. And there, some army bard has scribbled a verse or two of shocking dribble. My friend, in such a book to write, I must confess, gives me delight, persuaded in my very soul that to my zealous junk is due the high deserts of its virtue, that on such book with wicked smile and decked with self-important sneer, no one will harsh judgment declare. But you, odd set of unmatched tomes from the grand library of hell, and you, magnificent albums from modish rhymesters' torment cruel, and you, ornamentation wondrous from Tolstoy's swift and agile brush, or Baratinsky's adept plume, may heaven's thunder you consume. For when some splendid glittering dame her fine in quarto offers me, I'm seized by trembling rage, fury, and feel a cutting epigram stir the deep core of my soul. Instead, must write an madrigal. No madrigals does Lenski weave for young Olga's album sheet. His pen with love alone does breathe, quite free from gleam of icy wit. And everything he learned or heard of Olga, he turned into word, and filled with truth's human gleam, poured elegies in rushing stream. Yazikov, thus your muse doth move,
and heartfelt burst of passion flows as you produce, for whom, God knows, an elegiac treasure trove that will, in days to come, relate the complete story of your fate. But soft, dost hear? A frowning critic proclaims we should at once forswear elegies, now deemed paralytic, and to the rhymester's gang declares, it's time to quit this moaning, quacking, this constant wailing and backtracking to days of yore. The past, that's through. Now you should sing of something new. You're right. Your rays for our inspection, mask and trumpet, drag daggers curved from dead thoughts' capital reserve, and order instant resurrection. Friend, am I right? No way. Amen. Henceforth, odes only, gentlemen. Like those composed in past great years, in the mode of olden time. Triumphal only, if you please. Enough, friend, aren't they all the same? Remember that poet, satiric, the view of others, clever lyric. Is that more tolerable to you than what our downcast rhymesters do? But elegies are now so slight, their empty goals are so pathetic, while odes are lofty and heroic, noble, a view with which I might find fault, argue, but keep my peace, and peace between two centuries. His stormy soul by turmoil churned, adoring glory, loving freedom, Lenski to odes might have turned, but knew that Olga wouldn't read 'em. As ever poet lachrymose declaimed to his beloved face his verses, it is said, than this exists on earth no higher bliss, and blessed indeed the timorous swain who can his hopes and dreams rehearse to the subject of his verse, his darling beauty, love, and queen. Blessed, though she perhaps might choose something quite different to amuse. But I, the fruits of dream rehearse in their harmonious structured truth, only to my aged nurse, friend, companion of my youth. Or, after boring dinner's labour, cornering a wandering neighbour, grabbing his cocktails on the fly and choking with a tragedy. Or, and this is not a joke, worn down by verse-making and care, I'll wander by the lake, and there disturb a flock of wild duck. They, hearing my sweet-sounding strophe, leave the shore and fly right off. And are you Jean? You're right to ask. Your patience I'll require, please. I'll give his daily life and tasks with all particularities. As anchorite he lived alone, by 7 in summer from bed had gone, then lightly clad strolled to the rill that runs along beneath the hill, Gulnari's singer imitating, across this Hellespont he swam, then drank his morning coffee down, through a bad journal ambulating, then dressed. Walks and reading, sleep profound, sylvan shade and murmuring air, and from a girl, dark-eyed, white-skinned, kisses like her, young and fair. An ardent horse, when bridled easy, splendid meal with touch of whimsy, bottled wine both fresh and light, solitude and soothing quiet. Thus the life our friend held holy, summer days, splendid, serene, days of peace to which Eugene gave himself languidly, fully, oblivious to friends and town, the tedium of idle fun. Our northern summer offers us a southern winter's parody, a flash, then gone, notorious fact we'd far rather not see. Already, heaven dreamed of autumn,
Sunlight gleamed less and less often, and daily shorter grew the day. The wood's secretive canopy had bristled bare with mournful noise, and on the fields the thick mists lay. In honking caravans the geese flew southward, stretched across the skies. A dull, depressing time drew near. November stood at the courtyard door. Dawn rises in an icy gloom. Work sounds are quiet in the fields. The wolf with hungry mate has come down to the road for what luck yields. The stage horse snorts, catching their scent, while wary travellers intent to get uphill at flying speed. No longer does the cowherd need at dawn chase cattle from the byre, nor call them with his ringing horn to cluster at the hour of noon. Indoors, a girl sings by the fire and spins while kindling crackles bright, that trusty friend for winter night. And now a cracking frost that froze and turns silver in the furrows. My reader waits for the rhyme, rose. Well, grab it quickly, so it goes. With brighter shine than parquet's gloss, gleams the river clothed in ice. Small boys, a lively merry crowd, scrape and slice as skates ring loud. On red, webbed feet, the heavy goose thinks she'll float on watery face, and steps with care onto the ice, and slips and falls, while all joyous glimmers first snow that once more falls in stars upon the shore. But in the backwoods on such days, what then to do? Go for a stroll? In dull and monotone array, the landscape bores against one's will. Onto the bleak, cold steppe ride out, in blunted shoes with careful foot, the doubting horse tests icy frost, and he who hesitates is lost. Or in the empty house alone, read Pratt or Scott or what you will. That doesn't please? Then check your bills, feel cross, or drink. The evening long will somehow pass, tomorrow too. But thus our glorious winters go. Onegin, in Childe Harold's mode, devotes himself to languorous ease, in dreamy country solitude. He wakes and bathes with cracked ice, and then, with calculations primed, and with blunt billiard cue forearmed, alone a two-ball game or play that occupies all of the day. And now a country night begins, billiards done and cue forgot, beside the fire where tables set. Eugene waits. Now Lenski comes, driving a troika, roams. So let us quickly dine at once. Veuve Clicquot, or perhaps Moët, two blessed miracles of wine, bottles chilled just for the poet, are brought in and at once set down. It sparkles like a hippocrene, with interplay of foam and gleam, simile for this and that. It used to hold me, captivate. I've given my last poor mite in thrall. Remember, friends, that marvellous stream has fostered many a foolish dream, engendered there for one and all, and jokes, poetical effusions, arguments, and fine illusions. But champagne now, with noisy foam, betrays my stomach once inside, and prudently, Bordeaux, it seems, is now the wine I should imbibe. For I'm no longer able. Like mistress veritable, means glitter, lively vanities, willfulness, inanities. But you, Bordeaux, like true ally, in both failure and success, in every time and every place, proffer support most faithfully. Our peaceful moments gladly share, so pale Bordeaux, our friend most fair. The fires burnt out with fading gleam, and veiled by ash lie golden coals, and scarcely felt the twists of steam, while faintly warm the hearth exhales. Smoke from their pipes the chimney draws straight up, and on the table blows a bubbling goblet. Then descends the dark of night. With my friends I love hearing tall tales that flow in concert with a friendly glass, at the time that's called by us twixt wolf and dog, though I don't know why, or how, or to what ends. Now, to the chatter of my friends. So how are the neighbours? Tanya, too. Your Olga with her jolly ways. Another half glass? That will do. My dear old friend, I'm glad to say they all are well and send best wishes. Ah, old friend, Olga's quite delicious. What shoulders, what a charming breast, what spirit. Look, you be their guest. Come with me sometime, they'd be glad. Well then, my friend, but you decide. You looked in twice, but never showed your nose again. But I'm quite mad. For next week, they asked me to say that they're expecting you. Who, me? Yes, Tatiana's name day, Saturday. Sweet Olia and her mother invite you. To stay away, there's just no reason. It's no bother. But there's bound to be a throng of riffraff, dullards, all that gang. No one, I can assurance give. Who'll be there? Family, relatives? So come, just do at least this grace. Agreed? Agreed. There's a good fellow. With these words and a giant swallow, he drained completely dry his glass, drank his neighbour's health, and then talked of Olga yet again. He felt great joy. In 14 days his happiness had been appointed. The marriage bed, with secret ways, the garland by sweet love anointed, waited with raptures and transports, that Hymen's troubles of all sorts might wait in tedious icy rank. To this idea his mind was blank, while those like us, the foes of Hymen, see wedded bliss as dreary sequence of scenes that tires, bores, and weakens, a tale as written by La Fontaine. My poor Lenski, in his heart, he had been born to play this part. He was beloved, or so he thought, and in that thought felt happiness. Blessed hundredfold those for whom faith lulls cold reason to restful ease, who in heart's softness find repose, as drunken traveller resting lies, or sweeter still the butterfly that sips spring's flowering blossom dry. But woe to him who, all foreseeing, never feels a spinning head, who every gesture, every word detests as it comes into being, whose heart has been chilled by a fate that won't allow him to forget. Released from moist, restraining cork, the bottle pops. Now spritzing wine pours out, and now his precious work from its restraint with pompous mien, the good Monsieur Triquet will free for all the gathered company. These in deep silence sit and wait. Tanya scarce breathes. Modestly great, Triquet turns to her, song in hand, and sings it through quite out of tune. Then, met by shouts and plash of wine, he bows, and now Tanya must stand and curtsy. He her health proposes, into her hands his verse disposes. Felicitations, greetings flow, to one and all Tanya gives thanks, and when it's Eugene's turn to bow, he takes note of her weary looks, her tiredness and her confusion, and in his soul a fresh effusion of pity flows. His bow he proffers in silence, his expression offers wondrous sympathy,
and that we can consider truly meant, or else that it was his intent to play at being a coquette. Either way, in his look thrived true tenderness. Tanya revived. The chairs, pushed backward, scrape the floor. Into the parlour flows the crowd, like bees that leave the hive and pour into the field, swarming and loud. After the feast, content at ease, neighbours exchange stertorial wheeze. Ladies settle by the fire. In the corner, girls whisper. Unfolded now, the table's green. They call to those who dearly hold a game of cards. To please the old, Boston, ombre, whist, well-known pleasures that are dull indeed, sad offspring are boredom and greed. Already wisps, champions keen, through rubbers 8 have played their game, and places 8 times switched have been, and tea's been brought. The hour has come. In rural life, I love the way we set the time by dinner, tea, and in the country easily know when it's due. With us, brigade chimes through the stomach. I should note, in passing, that I oft rehearse corks and bottles in my verse, and praise of feasting, wine, and food. Like you, great Homer, idle blessed, by 30 centuries professed. But tea's been brought. The girls genteel have scarce taken each little plate, when through the doors of the long hall sounds of music resonate. Delighted by the charming hum, setting aside his tea with rum, the Paris of the neighborhood, Petushkov to Olga has vowed, to Tanya Liensky, Karlikova, a maiden who's reached riper years, away our tambour poet bears, while Buyanov whirls Pustakova. Dancers pour into the hall, their charm and glitter fill the ball. At my story's first inception, my opening chapter, please recall, I thought I'd give you a description, like Alban of Petersburg ball. Distracted by an empty dream, my memory filled with a theme, the lady's feet I used to know. O feet, your traces slim, narrow, proved then for me snare and delusion. From errors of my younger days, I now should turn to wiser ways, abjure my folly and confusion, and from sin of digression I, this chapter 5, should purify. With steady, giddy monotone, young life expressed as whirlwind spin, the noisy waltz whirls spinning on, face blurring into face, then gone. The moment for revenge drawn near, Onegin, with a private sneer, approaches Olga. Swift and sure, past other guests, onto the floor they glide. When done, upon a chair he seats her. Then they chat, and then off to the dance floor once again. They waltz, and to all gathered there the scene strikes with great surprise. Lenski cannot believe his eyes. Mazurka! In the past, whenever those tones with loud ring resounded, through the hall the room would quiver, parquets crack as hard heels pounded, and shake and shiver every frame. Not so today. Like stylish dames, we glide and slide on shiny wood. In towns and villages, though, one could find the mazurka still maintained in all its beauty, primal, strong, with leaps and heels, mustachios long, all as they were, all still retained, unchanged by fashion's tyrannies, our modern Russian's new disease. Cousin Buyanov, ardent chap, to our hero has escorted Tatyana, Olga, led them up to him. At once Onegin started to dance with Olga, nimble, free, sliding, whispering tenderly some worthless, foolish madrigal, and squeezed her hand, then flared up full the colour of her haughty face.
Lenski, watching, saw it all, and blazing hot, could not control himself. Angry and quite jealous, waits till the mazurka's done and asks her for a cotillion. She can't accept. Can't? Pray, tell why. Olga's words already given to Onegin. My God, but what is this? Can it be even possible? One so lately quit the cradle, a childish coquette? For intrigue she seems quite well versed, deception too, no doubt's rehearsed. Lenski cannot accept this blow. Cursing women's whims with force he leaves, and calling for his horse, gallops off. 2 pistols now, 2 bullets, and then nothing more will give his fate an answer sure. The 6th chapter. Là, sotto I giorni nubilosi brevi, nasce una gente a cui il morir non dolle. Petrarco. Epigraph. There, where the days are cloudy and brief, is born a people for whom death is no pain. Noting that Vladimir had fled, and again bored to distraction, Eugene, with Olga by his side, savoured a vengeful satisfaction. Olga herself was yawning too. Her anxious eyes sought Lenski now. The endless, ponderous cotillion, like a tormenting dream, dragged on, but ended. Then off to the feast, and beddings laid out for the guests, from front hall to the girls' own nests. All need to sleep and need to rest. Of all who'd come, Eugene alone has left to spend the night at home. All has grown calm. The parlour fills with snores from heavy Pustakov, who with his plump better half lies still. Gvozdin, Buyanov, Petushkov, and Flyanov, gone a bit too far, are each assigned dining room chair, while resting on the floor is laid Monsieur Triquet in knitted hood. The rooms of Olga and Tatiana are filled with girls in sleep's embrace. By the window, washed in the rays poured down from heaven by Diana, poor Tatiana alone can't sleep and stares at the field, dark and deep. His unexpected apparition, the tender flash that lit his eyes, with Olga that strange exhibition, to her depths amazed surmise was stirred. She could not comprehend his soul, but felt her own soul rend as jealous pangs most fiercely gripped, and hands of ice at her heart ripped, as if a fearful black abyss darkly echoed at her feet. I know, she said, ruin I'll meet, but at his hand that would be bliss. I'll not complain, why should I moan? From him my joy will never come. But forward, forward now, my story. A fresh figure demands we note that some 5 versts from Krasnogori, Lenski's village, quite remote from philosophic meditation or any thoughtful rumination, one Zaryetsky lived as well, a former rowdy, gambling swell, and rake endowed with expert knowledge of taverns, now become a good and peaceful man, both true and tried, a family man without a marriage, a faithful friend, landowner. He improves, as does our century. Time was when the world's flattering voice lavished on him praises sweet. With pistols, true, he was an ace, could hit bullseyes at 40 feet. Once, riding into battle's thrill, he gained distinction from a fall, boldly crashing with a thud from Kalmuck charger into mud. Grabbed by the French, tottering tight, a prize of some dubiety, our Regulus showed piety, and honoured God as he felt right, devoutly draining chez Véry each day on credit bottles 3. Time was he could mock to amuse, and wittily a dunce could hoax,
Could clever people fool with ease, openly or veiled and cloaked, and though he found jokes of all sorts required science, deepest thought, and though he sometimes put his foot right in it like an idiot, he could engage in jolly squabble, bandy answers sharp or dull, let a measured silence pall, spin a measured burst of babble, while stirring up young friends to fight to barriers at dawn's first light. Or else, in an attempt for calm, a lunch for 3 would organize, then later quietly defame with biting jokes and jolly lies. Said alia tempora, that game, another trick like love's sweet dream, leaves us when youth itself is dead. Now friend Zaretsky, as I've said, by bird cherry, acacia shade, sheltered from life's storms and blows, lives at last as to the wise. Plante les choux, as Horace did, breeds his flocks of ducks and geese, and teaches children ABCs. He wasn't stupid, my Eugene, did not prize friend Zaretsky's part, enjoyed his wit, his judgment keen, his crafty views on this and that. They met and both felt satisfaction, as it happens rather often. Therefore he found it no strange sight to see his friend in morning's light. Zaretsky then, greetings declared, cut short the swelling stream of chatter, and gave Eugene the poet's letter. Watching him with grinning stare, Onegin went to the window, stood there, and read the letter through. Courteous and clear and cold, in tone most pleasant and genteel, Lenski had sent a challenge bold, a cartel calling for a duel. On receipt of communication, without the slightest hesitation, Eugene turned to Zaretsky, said he was, of course, willing and ready. Dispensing then with more ado, Zaretsky, who'd no wish to stay, said urgent matters instantly required swift attending to, and left. Then, with his soul alone, Eugene felt little satisfaction. Quite rightly, strict examination ordered by his private court revealed beyond equivocation that he himself was most at fault, that in his actions he had been, towards young, shy love, almost obscene. Secondly, at 18, the poet had rights to pardon. Eugene knew it. With full heart he loved the youth. Injustice should himself chastise. He was no stripling, green, unwise. Those facts were just the simple truth. No bursting, fiery novice he, but man of honor, wise and free. He might have tried to show some feeling, instead of bristling like a beast. Approach the youth with help and healing. But now it's late. Time moves so fast. Besides, he thinks, in this affair, why'd that old duellist come to stir things up? A gossip, quite malicious, a scandalmonger, sly and vicious. Of course, the right price is disdain for cutting words and wit's sharp tools, but gossip and guffaws of fools, and then society's opinion. Honneur, the idol we adore, that makes the world spin in its sphere. Seething with hot hostility, the poet waits for a reply. With finely phrased facility, his neighbor brings the missive by. Now jealous Lenski can rejoice. He'd feared Eugene had given voice simply to some form of jest, to spare himself from weapon's blast. But now all doubts have been removed. Tomorrow they'll meet at the mill, each with a loaded cocked pistol. Friend against friend would then be proved, with aim set low or aim set high, at the breast or at the thigh. Lenski, seething, resolved to hate the false coquette, had quite decided it would be better not to meet before the duel. Then his eye glided to his watch and to the sun. He wrung his hands and once again found himself at the sister's door. He thought he might embarrass her and by his coming sow confusion, but not so. Just as before, Olga flew to meet our poor singer's hopes of wild profusion. She herself, quite as carefree and full of joy as formerly. "Why did you hide so very soon last evening?" she asked straight away. Then a dim sense of confusion seized Lenski, and his head hung low. Gone were vexation, jealousy, before that dear transparent eye, before that sweetness simple, whole, before that honest clarity of soul. He gazes then with sweet emotion. He sees he is beloved still. With sense of sharp repentance full, feels quite prepared to ask her pardon, trembles and words cannot find, is happy, almost healed in mind. And then once more cast down, dejected, standing before his Olga dear, Vladimir finds his strength collected will not suffice to remind her of what last evening had transpired. He thinks, to save her I am fire, seducer's guile I'll not permit, nor ardent sighs that could ignite her soul, nor maggots of mistrust, nor lily stem with poisoned bite, so that the brief-lived blossom quite collapses ere its flowering thrust. All this, my friends, was meant to state. My chum and I will shoot it out. Had he but known the searing sorrow that burned Tatiana's heart as fuel, and had she known that on the morrow Lenski, Eugene, would fight a duel, at the threshold of the grave, then the strength of her great love might have rejoined the sundered friends. But of this passion, quite by chance, no one openly had spoken. Eugene on this theme made no comment. Tatiana, hidden, kept her torment. In secret, felt her heart was broken. Only Nyanya might have guessed, and her slow wits had passed their best. All evening, Lenski seemed distracted, now silent, now loquacious, gay. Those lulled by the muse are abstracted always from life's everyday. With knotted brow, at clavier seated, he played some chords, and then repeated, turned to Olga, looking at her, he then softly gave a whisper, I'm happy, not so? But 'twas late, and time to go. Then full of grief, his heart tight clenched, he took his leave, while she into his face gazed straight. What's wrong? Nothing. And then, just so, he rushes to the porch to go. At home, he checked his pistols, put them in the case again with care, undressed, and opened up a volume of Schiller in the candle's flare. By single thought he's held in grip. His heavy heart won't rest or sleep. With beauty one can't understand, he sees his Olga right at hand. Vladimir then shuts tight his book and grasps his pen. His verses spill upon the page with nonsense full. A flowing stream, a sounding brook. He reads aloud with lyric ardor, like drunken Delvig at a dinner. By chance these verses still remain. I have them with me, here or there. Oh, whither, whither hast thou gone, thou springtime of my golden day? And what do times to come prepare? In vain I direct my gaze there. In darkest depths time isolates. No matter, that's the law of fate. And should I fall to shafting wound, or should by arrow I be spared, the chosen time will be declared, a vigil blessed, and sleep profound. Blessed is the day of woe, blessed too the darkness and sorrow. The morning star's first dawn will gleam, and then the brilliant day will glitter, and I, mayhap, then in my tomb will reach that secret darkness utter, and the young poet's memory will swallow thee by slow lethe. The world will surely forget me, but thou, O girl of great beauty, wilt shed upon my early urn thy tears, thinking he loved me wholly, and devoted to me fully the dawning of his sad life's morn. Heartfelt and much longed for friend, come, come to me, thy true husband. Thus flowed his verses, limp and dark, romantic in our current chatter. To my mind, that term's off the mark. I don't quite see it, but no matter. And finally, just before the dawn, his weary head drooped slowly down over that modish word, ideal, and gently into dreams his soul fain would have flowed. He felt dreams pull, was drifting off, when through the door, on silent foot, comes his neighbour, to wake him with a rousing call. Time to start, it's nearly 7, and waiting, surely, is Onegin. But he was wrong, for our Eugene was sleeping like the sainted dead. Those shades of night are growing thin, and cock with vesper united. Onegin's sleeping, deeply, soundly. The sun already is quite high, and a flash storm beats overhead. But Eugene has not left his bed. His clinging dream still hangs and floats. Finally he wakes, the curtain parts, looks out, and sees it's time to start, that he in haste should set right out. Already the time has arrived, when from the courtyard he should drive. He swiftly rings, then rushes in his servant, French valet, Guillaume, who hands him slippers, dressing gown, and then supplies fresh linen too. Eugene tells Guillaume to prepare, to go with him, bring guns of war. The swift sleigh waits. He sat. It will, flying, take them to the mill. They've come. From Guillaume he requires guns by Le Page, those tubes of fate. Tells him to take the horses straight away from destined scene of fire to twin oak saplings right at hand in the field where they will stand. Lenski, leaning on the dike, had long impatiently been waiting. Meanwhile, that rural mechanic, Zarietsky, was, his views dilating, on millstones. Then apologetic, Eugene arrives, quite apoplectic. Zarietsky asks, "Where's your second?" In such affairs, classicist, pedant, he loved the rules with all his heart, would send no one to meet his fate, just anyhow, or just like that, but only with design and art, the flourishes of olden days, an attitude that we should praise. "My second? He's here," said Eugene. "I now present Monsieur Guillaume. I must confess, I'd not foreseen there'd be any objection to my choice. Good chap, though quite unknown, his honor is beyond question." Thereat, Zarietsky bit his tongue. Eugene asked Lenski, "Well, begin?" Vladimir said, "Agreed, let's do." Behind the mill, the two men walked. Meanwhile, engaged in weighty talk, are Zarietsky and good chap Guillaume. The duelists stand with downcast eyes, neither wishing a direct gaze. Enemies, have these two friends by bloodthirst long been wrenched apart, and long since they, hours on end, meals, thoughts, and deeds most warmly shared, now fraught with malice, spite, outrage, as if by a long heritage of enmity, a dark nightmare, the two foes silently prepare for murder, cold-blooded, cold. But won't they burst out laughing and, each stretching out a friendly hand, part amiably as if of old? But players of the world's fierce game fear most of all its lying shame. Out and gleaming is each pistol, hammers drop and rods are struck. Now into each tube bullets fall, each cocking piece is given a cock. Streams of gunpowder, streaked silver, flowing into barrels pour. The jagged flints, firmly rammed in, are cocked again, while half hidden by nearby stump, Guillot, dismayed, sees the two foes fling off their cloaks. Zarietsky then paces makes, 32 with measured stride. At either end the two friends stand, each holding pistol in his hand. Approach now, with cold hearts and heads, not aiming yet, each of the foes, with 4 measured, careful treads, across that deadly distance goes. 4 steps that bring each by degree closer to mortality. Eugene, his pace still even, steady, first lifts, then holds his pistol steady. Now each progresses 5 steps more, and Lenski, screwing his left eye, begins to aim, but instantly Onegin fires. The fatal hour has struck. The poet, with no sound, drops his pistol on the ground, and gently touching with his hand his breast, he falls. A clouded gaze discloses death and not torment. So slowly from the slopes, the snows, glistening, lit by winter sun, in massive fall, come floating down. Then washed by cold, a sudden tide, Onegin runs to Lenski's side, gazes, calls him, naught avails. He's dead. The youthful singer's gone too soon. His end, his time run down. Wind puffs, the splendid blossom falls, expired in dawn's early light. The altar flame has gone out quite. He lay still. It was strange to see the peaceful languor of his brow. His smoking wound streamed bloodily. Beneath the breast he'd been shot through. One moment past, that heart was fired by hope, by love or hate inspired, and sported life and seething blood, by hatred, life, and hope in flood. As in a house whose tenant's gone, all that's within is darkened, stilled, by everlasting silence filled, shutters closed, chalk on each pane. The owners vanished from the place, gone God knows where, and left no trace. How pleasant, with brash epigram, it is to madden blundering foe, to see how straight to mirror's gleam he'll turn his horns, and then with shame, having unthinking sent a glance, will recognize himself at once. More pleasant still, if stupidly, my friends, he mutters, there am I, and even more, in mute silence, to ready for him honest tomb, and calmly at his pale brow aim, standing at a decent distance. But to his forebears to send him, that I wouldn't recommend. What then, if your gun from your hands should young friend or companion kill, because of slighting answer, glance, or some other trifling ill? When bottle craft provides occasion for outrage, fiery indignation, and a challenge to a duel, what feelings, pray, will seize your soul, when still, and on the ground, laid low before you, his cold corpse reposes, stiffening as death's harsh grip closes, when death's mark stamped upon his brow, blind in death, your friend quite fails to answer your despairing calls. Stabbed to the heart by anguish keen, in his hand his gun clutched hard, down at Lenski looks Eugene. Well, so he's dead, his neighbor said. Dead. Stricken by that word of horror, Eugene's appalled, and with a shudder, turning back for help, calls out. Zaryetsky comes. With care he puts into the sleigh that chilling load. The horses snort at scent of death and struggle, foaming at the mouth, as they run down the homeward road, like lofting arrows launched in flight, their steel bits soaked with slobber white. Friends, for the poet you mourn, feel grief, but joyous hopes coming to flower, which he in life could not achieve, and barely quit a child's attire, he wilted. Where's that agitation, that hot and noble aspiration, young feelings, sense, and youthful thought, exalted, bold, tenderly fraught? Where now the storms of love's desire, the thirst for learning and for labour, towards shame and vice, a burning terror, and you, O reveries so dear, you, life unearthly, spectral gleam, you, holy poesy's sacred dream. Perhaps it was for the world's good that he was born, at least for fame, and from his lyre, now silenced, could have flowed bold lays to ring through time, and stirred the ages yet to come. In the world's ranking grading game, high rank might well have been allotted. His suffering shade, that so long waited, might in death have carried off a holy mystery, and for us is lost a life-enriching voice. Perhaps the confines of the grave to him of time yield no excess, nor yet to canticles that bless. Perhaps the usual destiny would have been the poet's lot. His youth's high summer fled away, and his ardent flame gone out. He might in many ways have changed, married, grown from muse estranged, and in the country, happy, horned, by quilted dressing gown adorned, have learned how life is truly fired. At 40 would have suffered gout, drank, eaten, and decayed, turned stout, and in his bed at last expired, encircled by a piteous crowd, brats, doctors, women wailing loud. Alas, dear reader, any part our ardent poet might have played, dreamer of poesy and art, was by a friendly hand destroyed. As one departs the rustic place where dwelt our lover of the muse, one sees 2 pines with tangled roots. Beneath them, sinuous, twisting, shoot the streams that wind from neighbouring vale. There ploughmen resting from the plough, and reapers dip into that flow, ringing jugs for waters cool. Beside that brook, by shade embraced, a simple monument's been placed. Beneath it, as the drops begin, spring downpour to the fields of grain, the shepherd sits, bast-shoed, plaiting, and sings a vulgar fisherman. And when a young lady from town, for summer holiday come down, dashing on her horse headlong, gallops into fields alone, and stops her steed beside those trees, her leathern rein pulled in and tight, her riding veil she'll draw aside, and when her darting eye espies the simple legend written there, that tender gaze mists the tear. She rides into the open field, plunged deeply in reflective thought. Despite herself, her soul's long filled with Lenski, musing on his fate. She thinks of Olga and her state. Did her sufferings long grate upon her heart? Or was tears' flow soon done? And where's her sister now? From men, the world, a fugitive, that melancholy modish foe of modish beauties, where'd he go who wouldn't let the poet live? In time, I'll give you each detail, each circumstance of this my tale. But not at present, though I'm fond with all my heart of my hero, and though, of course, time will come round, for him again, that time's not now. My years to prose severe incline, my years drive off a roguish rhyme, and with a sigh I recognize my heels are dragging in this case. My quill is now no longer drawn to sully fresh and flying page. Other cool dreams my thoughts engage, and other cares, severe and strong. I've known the call of fresh desires, I've learned as well of other worlds. For the first, no new hope fires, and I regret the old sorrow. Dreams, oh dreams, where's your sweet truth? And where, a stock rhyme, is my youth? And in the end, can it be true? Youth's crown has withered, withered too. And true that really, and in fact, without elegy or conceit, the springtime of my life's run out. Though until now of this I've joked. And is it true there's no return, that shortly I shall 30 turn? Thus my high noon has come, and so I must admit it, no mistake. That's it, my flighty youth. What ho, sweet parting now we ought to make. Thank you for moments of delight, for sorrow and for torments sweet, for storms, for feasts, and for uproar, for all of that, and then for more, my thanks. From you, with pleasures full, in public turmoil, private peace, I've sucked. 'Twas grand, herewith surcease. That's done. With a transparent soul, I break through, opening a new way. Rest from my life of yesterday. Let me look back, ye canopies of leaves that roofed my country days, filled with passion and with ease, foundation of my pensive ways, farewell. And you, young inspiration, come now, stir my imagination, and this dreaming heart awake. Fly more often to my nook, and poet's soul do not allow to harden, take a bitter turn, and finally become a stone. In the world's deadly, stunning groove, that maelstrom into which I too, my friends, have plunged to bathe with you.
That I hitched to the master's sleigh, and breakfast now the chefs prepare. Sledges are loaded mountain high, maids and coachmen's quarrels flare. On shaggy jade, all skin and bone, sits a bearded postilion. Then to the gate the servants fly, bidding their mistresses goodbye. The ladies seated, ancient sleigh, slides through the gate and slips and sways. Farewell, my peaceful haunts and place. Farewell, lonely shelter to thee. Shall ever I see thee again? And Tanya's tears pour down like rain. When we've removed more barriers, blocking enlightenment's progress, in time, perhaps 500 years, scholastic tables learned guess. With us, the roads undoubtedly will have improved immeasurably. Highways will traverse Russian land, linking what's here with what's beyond. Waters by bridges will be spanned, that stride with arches broad, imposing, and we'll move hills, more waters crossing, through tunnels subterranean, grand, and our Christian civilization will set up taverns at each station. At present, roads are bad with us, long-forgotten bridges rot, station bedbugs, station fleas
guarantee a sleepless night. No taverns. In cold hovel, hut, high-flown bills of fare hang, but these are not designed to please the appetite, but rather tease. Meanwhile, the Russian hammer blow of rural cyclopes will treat the wares of Europe delicate, over a fire sluggish, slow, blessing while the ditches and the deep ruts of our father's land. But then, in winter's icy season, with pleasant ease a journey glides, like artless verse in songs of fashion. Our winter roads give smooth, flat rides. Our autumnidons then are dashing, our tireless troikas swiftly flashing past verse stones that to idle eyes seem fence posts set along the way. But fearing the journey's expense, old Lorna, using her own horses, moved but slowly on. Our heroine's experience of roadside boredom was quite full. They travelled for a week in all. They're drawing close. Before them now, blazing in a heat-like shimmer over the white stones of Moscow, are ancient domes, gold crosses glimmer. Ah, my lads, how glad was I when suddenly in front of me churches, bell towers, mansions grand filled my vision all round. How often in sad separation, when parted, O Moscow, from thee by my wandering destiny, I've thought and dreamt with exultation. Moskva, how much that's grand for Russian hearts rings in those sounds. Here stands, surrounded by oak trees, Petrovsky Castle. Gloomily, it not long since knew its glories. Napoleon waited futilely here, flushed with victory's exaltation, for Moscow's full capitulation, for her to come with bended knee and yield the ancient Kremlin's key. But no, my Moscow did not go with bowed head, tribute and submission. Instead, prepared a conflagration to greet the exigent hero. From here, filled with foreboding dire, he watched the spread of threatening fire. Farewell, witness of fallen fame, Petrovsky Castle. Hey, get up! Already fleeting glimpses come of white gateposts, and now right up Tverskaya Street, the bumping sleigh dodges potholes, makes its way past booths and babas, urchins, stalls, past street lanterns and stately halls, and convents, sledges, gardens, shacks, merchants, peasants, yards and parks, chemists, marts of fashion's works, and boulevards, fortresses, Cossacks, balconies, gates with lions fitted, and on the crosses, jackdaws seated. And then, on journey tedious, another hour or so goes by. At last, beside a gated house, Carrington Lane pulls up the sleigh. They've come to see an old and ailing aunt, who with consumption failing, has suffered now nearly 4 years. The door's flung wide, and there appears, with grey hair, glasses, torn kaftan, holding a stocking, a kaunik, and from the drawing room a shriek of princess stretched on the divan. The two old ladies kiss and cry. The room fills with their voices high. Princesse, mon ange, Pachette, Alina, who'd have thought how long it's been? You'll stay a while? Dear one, cousina, this is amazing, like a scene straight from a novel. Sit down, please. Here's Tatiana, my daughter. She's... Ach, Tanya, this is like a dream. Come over here to me, just come. Cousine, remember Grandison? Which Grandison? Oh yes, I know. Of course, where is he now? He came to see me Christmas Eve. Not long since, found his son a wife. The son? But we'll have all the news later. Not so? To the family, tomorrow we shall introduce Tatiana. But I hate to say, I can't go out. My legs, the load. You must be tired from the road. So come, and let's all have a rest. Ah, I've no strength, and my poor chest. For me now, even joy's a trial. Not only sorrow, my darling, I'm just not fit for anything. Old age is really rather vile. In tears, and thoroughly worn out, she foundered in a coughing bout. The invalid's warm, heartfelt greeting touches Tatiana, though uneasy, she, in her present new setting, frets for her chamber warm and cosy. With silken draperies overhead, she just can't sleep in her new bed. And then the sounds of the bells ring to start the morning's labouring, pull her from her nighttime nest. By the window she then sits down, but her fields, as dark grows thin, don't emerge from morning mists. Instead, quite strange to every sense, a yard with stables, kitchen, fence. And now, daily to family dinners, they take Tatiana and present to grandsires and to grandmothers her languorousness, shy, absent. For kinfolk who have travelled far, there's friendly greeting everywhere, and bread and salt and wondering cry, how Tanya's grown! But can it be, since I christened you so long? You, right in these arms I held, and you, your little ears once pulled, and I put spice cake on your tongue. The old lady's chorus agreed. Time has flown swiftly indeed. But with them the old forms remain. They cling to their old-fashioned style, and Grand Aunt, the Princess Helene, still wears a mob cap made of tulle. White-powdered still, Lucaria Lvovna, still streams of lies from Lyubov Petrovna. Ivan Petrovich, still not clever. Semyon Petrovich, tight as ever. Pelagaya Nikolaevna, as before, has Monsieur Fine-Mouche, her close friend, the same Spitz and the same husband, and he, club constant as of yore, still calm and deaf, and a man who, as ever, eats and drinks for two. Their daughters, young Muscovite graces, first provide inspection mute, on Tanya lavishing embraces, while checking details head to foot. To her manners they take exception, filled with provincial affectation, and she herself too thin and pale, but on the whole, not bad at all. Then heeding warm nature's call, at last they to their room proceed, squeeze her hand tenderly, indeed, and fluff her curls to fit new style, while they, in sing-song voice, impart the secrets of a girlish heart. Conquests by others, and their own, hopes and pranks and private dreams, these flow naively through discussions, lightly spiced by slander's themes. Then Tanya's asked payment in kind, the secrets of her heart and mind, sweet request in gushing stream. But she, like one who's in a dream, hears without participation and understanding not at all, keeps her secrets in tight thrall, that store of tears and exaltation, cherished, she will in silence say, to them, to no one will she give. Tatiana wants to listen truly, add parties to the conversation, but the guests, it seems, are wholly gripped by rubbish, inanation, by pallid blandness that's so full even slander's rendered dull, with dry sterility of views on any topic, spleen or news, around the clock not one fresh thought, nor by mishap or by mere chance, languorous wit, no glimmering glance, will e'en in jest the heart be caught. O world, the drollest vanities are lost in your inanities. The archive dandies in a crowd inspect Tanya with priggish stare, and then between themselves decide that her report should be quite poor. One only, a pathetic fool, finds her really quite ideal, and leaning on the double doors, for her an elegy prepares. At a dull aunt once, sitting by her, Vyazemsky, her soul occupied with talk that stirred and vivified. An old man nearby, noting fire, smoothed his wig and then requested details, having readjusted. But there, where Melpomene gives her stormy howl, ringing long, where she her tinsel mantle waves before the distant chilly throng, there where Thalia gently dozes, scant notice to applause disposes, and where Terpsichore alone stirs the notice of the young, as was the case in former days, days of our youth, of yours and mine. Nowhere toward her were there aligned ladies' lorgnettes in jealous gaze, from stalls nor loges fixed on her, nor glass by modish connoisseur. To the Sobrania, too, they take her. Crowds, emotions, heated air, music's din, and candles glitter, dash and whirl of spinning pairs, young beauties light in floating gowns, throngs in motleyed collections, potential brides in broad half ring. All this at once strikes all feeling. Devoted dandies here display impudence and waistcoats well cut and carelessly focused lorgnette. Hither hussars on holiday rush to appear and cut a dash, to glitter, captivate, and vanish. The night sky swarms with brilliant stars, and in Moscow young beauties throng. But brighter than all heavenly fires is in its airy blue the moon, and she, whom I know I shall ne'er disturb with my unworthy lyre, doth, like the grand majestic moon, from wives and girls shine out alone. With what sublime celestial pride above the earth she lightly strays, her breast how full of tenderness, her gaze how languid, how splendid. But hush, oh hush, and now be mute, you've paid to madness full tribute. Bustle, bowing, noise and laughter, gallop, waltz, mazurka, while, between two aunts, beside a pillar, noticed by no one at all, Tatiana stares but does not see, and hates the monde excessively, finds it stifling, flees in dream to her world of field and stream, and to the village, its poor hovels, to the solitary nook where flows the spangled, light-filled brook, to her flowers and her novels, to the dimmering lime alley, where to her first had appeared he. Thus afar her thoughts now rove, forgot the world, the noisy ball. Meanwhile, from her do not remove the eyes of a grand general. The aunts turn to each other, wink, elbows at Tanya's rib, each sink, while whispering each into an ear. Look to the left, dear, over there. Where? To the uniforms wear. One stepped out now, stands in profile. Who? You mean that fat general? But here we should congratulate my dear Tatiana for this coup, and turn aside to other route, lest I forget my subject true, of whom I'll give 2 words forthwith. I sing a friend, a pleasant youth, and many of his oddities. Bless my long labour, if you please, thou epic muse, and pray vouchsafe a staff ready and true to me, that I may neither wander, stray. Enough. My load's been lifted off. I've paid my dues to classic art. Though late, at least I've made a start. Fare thee well, and if forever, still forever fare thee well. Lord Byron, epigraph. Then, in the gardens of the Lycée, coming into serene bloom, Apuleius I read eagerly, for Cicero could spare no time. In those far days, in hidden vales, in springtime to swans' clicking calls, by waters gleaming quietly, the muse began to come to me. My student cell then suddenly was lighted up, and there the muse spread feast of ventures young, profuse, and sang of childhood gaiety, the glories of our ancient times, and of the heart, its quivering dreams. She, from the world, a smile received. Our first success fed inspiration. The aged Derjavan us perceived, nearing the grave, gave benediction. And having to myself declared as law that passion was my way, I, with the crowd, my feeling shared, and led my sportive muse with me to dinner feasts and loud dispute, the threats of patrols at midnight. To these, to scenes of wild uproar, she brought her gifts along with her. Over the bowl, sang for the feast, like delinquent Bacchante romped, while noisily behind her tramped the youth of times, now gone, now past. And there, among that friendly crowd, my flighty mistress made me proud. Of their society I tired, and far I fled. She followed me, and oft my tender muse has fired the tedium of a mute journey with secret tale of saucillation. How oft by crags and cliffs Caucasian, a Leonora, by moonlight with me at gallop she would ride. How oft upon the torrid shore she'd lead me through nights dark and dim, to listen to the Nereids' hymn, to hear the sea's deep-sounding roar, the waves' profound, eternal choir, in praise of the world's primal sire. The distant feasts and merriments of the capital then slipped her mind, and wandering tribesmen's motley tents in sad Moldavia's wild she found instead, and settling for a time, let herself run wild with them, forgot the language of the gods, with meagre tongues and dialects odd, her fancy caught by stepland song. But suddenly all's turned around, and in my garden next she's found, as a provincial miss redrawn, with sad reflection in her look, and in her hands a small French book. And now, for the first time, my muse I bring to routs, to grand receptions, and jealously and shyly gaze upon her wild stepland perfections. Through tightly packed aristocrats, army dandies, diplomats, and grandes dames she twists her way, and now sits quietly to enjoy the thronging crowds, the noise and press, the flickering shifts of dress and sound, the slow entry of guests who wind their way to greet the young hostess, the men who round the ladies stand, and frame the tableau with dark band. She loves the forms, strictly arrayed, of oligarchic conversation, the chill of calm, confident pride, the blend of rank and generation. But who's that in this stylish throng who stands there silent, dim, alone? He seems to all obscure and odd. Flickering past him flow the crowd like spectral ranks of boredom. Spleen is that, or mournful pride in his face. Why has he come here to this place? Can it be he? Is it Eugene? Truly, it is, without a doubt. How long has he been hereabouts? He's still the same, perhaps calmed down, still plays the wild, eccentric fellow. Tell me, as whom did he return? What dramas did he bring in tow? What role play next? Perhaps Melmoth, Cosmopolis, or Patriot, Harold, Quaker, Hypocrite, or find some other mask to strut, or simply be a pleasant chap, like all the world, like me, like you. And my advice, at least, would be these outworn postures he should drop. He's gulled the world a long time now. You know him? Well, both yes and no. Why these gruntings of displeasure when he's the subject of our chatter? Is it not that, beyond all measure, we rush to judge on any matter? That recklessness of fiery souls is jeered at by complacent fools, while wit needs space, will always crowd, and then that all too often we take empty talk as substitute for deeds. And meanwhile, nonsense reigns, that folly's empty and malign, that serious people value rot, and that the commonplace alone clings to our shoulders as our own. He who was young in youth is blessed, and he whose ripening came in time, and he who, as life's cold increased, with years withstood the harsher climb, was not addicted to strange dreams, nor dazzled by the grand world's gleams. At 20, a fop or gay blade, at 30, with wise prudence wed, and who, by 50, is quite free of private and of other debt, by fame and money calmly set in ranks of high society, of whom his peers are all agreed. N.N.'s a splendid chap indeed. It's sad to think youth was bestowed as gift made to us all in vain, that hourly by us betrayed, it duped us too, time and again, that our desires and exaltations, our fresh and ardent aspirations, have rotted down in sequence swift, like mouldy leaves in autumn drift. One sees unbearable ahead an endless chain of dinners, quite in keeping with life as a rite, in which one trails the decorous crowd, and shares with it nor mode, nor fashion, nor thought, nor sentiment, nor passion. When for worldly gossip, noise, to be a subject's hard to take, so too, I'm sure you share these views, is passing as eccentric fake, or as a crank, pathetic, manic, or as a monster quite satanic, or as a demon of my own. Onegin, back to him again, killed his friend, fighting a duel, and then survived to 26, at leisure, with no frame to fix an idleness that he found cruel, without employment, job, or wife to occupy and fill his life. He then was seized by urge, obsession, longing for a change of place, torment for those held in possession, a cross that few gladly embrace. Onegin left his country seat, his solitary woods and mead, the setting for the gory shade which daily he was sure to meet, and set out wandering with no aim, touched by only one sensation, so that his peregrination, like all else, a bore became. Upon return, went first of all, like Chatsky, straight from boat to ball. A tremor shook the human mass. A murmur rippled through the hall, as drawing near to the hostess came lady and grand general. Her gait was calm, her bearing still, her mode neither eager nor chill, devoid of brash, insolent glance, toward success, no anxious pretense. She seemed quite free of small grimace, of irritating affectation, simplicity's calm incarnation, bearing unmistakable trace. Du comme il faut. Shishkov, forgive. Russian translation, I can't give. To her, young ladies closer drew. Older dames smiled as she went by, while courtly gents, even more low than usual, bowed to catch her eye. Young girls moved with greater calm when they passed her down the room, while striking heights, more lofty still, nose, shoulders of the general would come with her. No one could say she was a beauty, just that she, from head to toe, in every way, had nothing of that quality that in smart London's lofty chap is known as vulgar. But I can't. I own, I find I like that word, although I can't give a translation. Not long since here it first occurred, could scarcely gain wide approbation, in epigrams a place might earn. But to Our Lady I return, for there she was, and stately graced the table where she had been placed by lovely Nina Voronskaya, said Cleopatra de la Neva, whose, I'm sure you would have shared these views, marble charm could not aspire to cast her neighbour into night, although her dazzle was most bright. But can it be, wondered Eugene, is it she? So like, but no, from a steppe village's demean, his lorgnette he holds steady, so each moment he can gaze anew at her whose looks recalls him to a vague and half-remembered face. Pray tell me, Prince, and if you please, who's that in the scarlet beret, right there, with the envoy from Spain? Prince, surprised, looks at Eugene. Aha, you've been so long away. Wait, and I will introduce. But who is she? Onegin's letter to Tatiana. I foresee all. You'll take offense at a sad secret's explanation. What bitter scorn, contempt, vexation will be expressed in your proud glance? What is my hope? What my intention as I bear my soul to you? To what malicious delectation do I now give occasion due? Once, by chance, upon our meeting, in you a tender spark then noting, I simply did not dare believe it, dare to that sentiment give way. As for my hateful liberty, I thought I didn't want to leave it. Parting us also at that moment, death's sad victim, Lenski, lay. And from all the heart holds constant, I then ripped my heart away. Stranger to all, to none attached, to me it seemed freedom and peace might be fair trade for happiness. God, I did wrong, and I've been punished. No, to see you constantly, to follow always, every place, your smile, the movement of an eye, with my own love-smitten gaze, to listen long, and then to grasp all your perfections with my soul. In torments at your feet to gasp my last would be my bliss, my all. Of this joy I'm deprived. For you, here, there, I drag myself at random, for me most dear each hour, each day. But I squander in futile boredom the days allotted me by fate. They press on me. I feel their weight. I know my span of days is set. But for my sad life to continue, I must believe at morning's light that sometime that day I will see. I fear that in my humble plea you will perceive cunning design to be despised by your stern eye, and I can hear your angry scorn. If you but knew the agonies attendant on the thirst of love and passion's blaze, while reason tries to soothe the turmoil in the blood. I'm longing to embrace your knees and sobbing to lie at your feet, pour out for you my vows, prayers, pleas, all that might find expression meet. Meanwhile, and with a seeming chill, express myself with voice and eye, while talking with you serenely, and gaze with joyous thrill. So be it. I've no longer got the strength to battle with my soul. That's settled. And now, to your will, I yield myself, resign my fate. No answer. He sends out again, to second letter and a third, no answer. To a soiree then he'd come, just entered, she appeared, but how severe. For him no word, it seems he's neither seen nor heard. Alas, her features steady mould seem frozen in an icy cold. As if restraining her vexation, her lips are tight, her mouth straight set. Eugene a piercing look sends out. Where sad turmoil and compassion? Where sign of tears? Not any trace, save anger showing in that face. Or perhaps a fear kept hidden that spouse or world by chance might spot some prank or lapse or weakness sudden. Eugene, of course, well knew all that. There is no hope. So off he goes, curses his mad passion's throes, and once again decides to quit the world. He's grown quite sick of it. Then, in his study, silent still, he recalled the time of yore, when glum spleen had struck before, driven him from the giddy whirl, had by the collar caught him tight, and locked him up with little light. Once more he read without design, consuming Gibbon and Rousseau, Manzoni, Herder, Chamfort's lines, Madame de Staël, Bichat, Tissot. The sceptical musings of Bayle he read, as well as Fontenelle, and some of our own writers too. Nothing, no one he let go, almanacs and also journals where exhortations are pronounced, and where at present I'm much trounced, where I too once found madrigals written for me, now and then, e sempre bene, gentlemen. And then the page held just his eyes, his swarming thoughts were far away, hopes and desires, dreams and woes, tight-packed within his soul now play, and he, between the lines in print, reads other lines, through spirit's glint, and in those lines he finds that he is now immersed, has plunged deeply. These were the secret lore, stories, deep, heartfelt tales of olden times, and free and unconnected dreams, threats and rumours, prophecies, live nonsense at great length portrayed, or letters sent by a young maid. Slowly he sinks into a daze, sense and thought, lethargic, weak. Before him then, fancy displays her motley hand, a faro deck. Now he sees the melting snow, and on it, limped and sprawled, now he sees the melting snow, and on it, limp and sprawled as though for sleep, a young man lies, limbs spread, and hears the voice. Well, so he's dead. And he sees now, forgotten, gone, defamers, cowards who wish him ill, a swarming throng of faithless girls and comrades circling with disdain. That country house, that window where she's always sitting, always there. He grew accustomed to this state, so much he nearly lost his mind, or else nearly became a poet. Look, wouldn't that have been just grand? Precisely by its magnetism, Russian poetic mechanism, to my adult pupil then, had nearly reached with its lesson. How very much the poet he seemed, as in his nook alone he sat, beside the stove that blazed with heat, and Benedetta purred and hummed, or Idol mio, blankly threw into the flames his journal shewed. The days flew past, the air grew warm, as winter gradually declined. A poet he had not become, had neither died nor lost his mind. Spring revives him. From the peace of double-glazed wintering place and stove and winter's rumination, like marmot wrapped in hibernation, one clear morning he comes out. Along the Neva takes a sleigh. There sunlight strikes the dirty blue blocks of ice, rough-hewn and cut. Snow streaked with mud thaws in the street, and there, now, his stride, firm and fleet. Hurries Onegin? Right you are, you've guessed precisely. He's off now, to meet his Tatiana, to her, my poor, strange, unreformed fellow. Like a dead man he walks. The hall goes through, and finds there not a soul. On to the salon, no one there. He pushes open the next door. What does he see that strikes so hard? The princess, sitting there alone, with pallid face in mourning gown, holding a letter, reads its words. Their tears, their silent streamlets trace. Against her hand, she leans her face. Oh, who would those sufferings mute in that swift instant not have known? Who, in proud princess not of court, our former Tanya grieving, seized by pangs of wild regret, Eugene collapses at her feet. She flinches, not a sound is heard, stares at Eugene, but still no word. Without surprise, by wrath unladen, she notes his sick, extinguished eyes, imploring look, reproachful gaze. She notes it all. The simple maiden who knew again her heart's dear dream, as it had been in former time. She doesn't raise him up, but leaves her eyes fixed fast upon his face, does not from avid lips retrieve her senseless hand, keeps it in place. Of what can she be dreaming now? A pause, and long silence ensue. At last her voice speaks, soft and still. Enough. Stand up. I must and will explain myself to you frankly. Will you, Onegin, then review that moment in our avenue when fate decreed and I humbly received your dicta, heard you out? Now my turn has come about. Onegin, back then I was younger and better looking probably, and loved you. What of that? My hunger met in your heart. What reply? Found what? Harshness. Not so. For you alone. A young girl's love was nothing new. Am I not right? My blood turns chill, good God, whenever I recall that righteous sermon, icy glare. But I don't blame you. In that hour you acted nobly, held your power over me with proper care. In my regard, you acted well, and I thank you with all my soul. Then, not so, in that wild place, far from chatter, idle, hollow, I didn't please. For what purpose? Do you indeed pursue me now? And why is your eye fixed on me? Is it that in society, the world in which I now must dwell, I'm known to all, and rich as well? That my spouse took a wound in battle? The court consoles us with a place? That therefore my shame or disgrace would create scandal, gossip, tattle, and upon you might well confer pleasing rumour and honour? I'm crying, and if you're Tanya, you've not forgotten from those days, then know the harshness of your manner, your stern rebuke and chilling phrase, when power or strength I scarce could claim. I'd rather suffer than this shame, than these letters and these tears. Then, for my youthful dreams and fears, you showed, Onegin, some compassion, at least respect for tender years. But now, what is it brings you here to grovel in this trifling fashion? How could you, with your heart and wit, be slave to such trifling spirit? For me, Onegin, all this is life's tinsel, wretched, odious, the worldly spin and my success, my evenings, my fashionable house are what? Gladly, right now, I'd trade these rags of worldly masquerade, all this noise and fume and glitter, for a few books, wild gardens welter, for a humble dwelling place, and for those spots where first I saw you, Onegin, first came to know you, and for the quiet churchyard graced by Bradsh's shadow's simple cross that marks the spot where lies my nurse. Happiness then seemed so close, so possible, but now my fate is sealed. I was incautious, and acted, it may be, in haste. With tears with me my mother pled, and I agreed to wed, because all fates seemed quite the same, and so I to the altar came. And now I beg you, you must leave. I know truly that in your heart both pride and honour played a part. I love you. Why in this deceive? But to another I was given, and shall be true this side of heaven. Then she's gone. Eugene still stood as if by lightning shaft pierced through. And of what pressing stormy load does his heart bear the burden now? But suddenly, spurs jingling flared, and Tatiana's husband appeared. So, for my hero, a dim moment, reader, we'll part with him for a long time, forevermore. We followed on his lonely traces through this wild world's diverse places, long enough. Now, at the shore, it's time we cheered ourselves. Hooray! Time too, not so, to get away. Dear reader, be you friend or foe, my wish, as each now makes his way, is that I here may part from you in friendly fashion. So, goodbye. Whatever in these slipshod measures you may have sought, perhaps some treasures left by memory, fractious spirit, inspiration, bon mot, wit, perhaps errors grammatical. God grant that here, in this volume, the entertainment, heart, or dream, or battle journalistical, you'll find a grain to take with you, and with this thought we'll part. Adieu, fellows that traveller strange, with you our part, and you, ideal sublime, and you, my constant, lively, true, though slender work. With you I've known all things, for which poet might long. In worldly storm, oblivion, converse of friends both sweet and warm. Now many, many days have gone since young Tatiana at a time and Onegin in clouded dream first revealed themselves to me, and distantly, in form quite free, I, as if through magic crystal, dimly first discerned my novel. Of those to whom in friendly instant I first read my flowing rhymes, some are no more, and others distant, as Sadi said in earlier times. So, without them, I've made complete the limning of Eugene's portrait, and she, source for that dearest she, Tatiana, fate has borne away. Blessed those who early left life's feast, those who the last drops didn't drain from brimming goblet of wine, did not life's novel to the last read through, found they could put it down as I did with my Onegin.